changed the title to this. Patrick, you there? I can't hear you. Nope, still can't hear you. What did you do? You had it working. Now you froze. Robin! Can't hear you. Patrick broke it. Did you mute yourself or something?
Am I starting to go wrong? Didn't just save my shirt that it actually helps make lives better by creating.
Sorry.
His audio is no longer there. And did it?
Volume is up.
It's on his end.
It's gotta be. Yeah, it might be you.
Back out and come back in. What's up, mind and body?
Don't mind me. I'm about to...
That can't go on all night.
No. I'll get him in a minute. Can you scroll down on that mixer just to make sure that there's...
On what? This?
Okay, so it is there. I can hear you because I came into the live stream. That's how I heard you call for me.
Okay.
So your voice was coming through on it. So.
Yeah. Well, when our guest arrives, he arrives. I don't know what's going on. He was here a moment ago, but now he's gone.
Henry says, I'm good.
That's good. Hey, while we're waiting on him, want to fix my hair real quick? Go ahead, get in your hole. It's going to be a long night.
Sit back in the chair, son. I'll fix your hair.
You'll fix my hair.
I'll fix your hair. Poor Patrick.
Poor Patrick. What's up, Dutch Off Grid? How's it going?
We had it going.
Can you guys hear us? Robin and me? Let me know, please. In the chat box. Let me know. So the polls have closed here on the East Coast.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. He says
I see y'all, but y'all can't see me. No, can't see ya. Wonder if we have to back out and bring him back in.
What do you mean? How did you do that? Hold on just a second, Breakaway. Let her finish doing this to my hair that she wants to have done.
sweet are you?
Living in Reseda.
Did you say something about her?
No, not yet.
We're talking on Facebook, so I think he.
Oh.
You're on live right now?
Yes.
Oh.
We're trying to be.
Oh. Okay.
But something happened where Patrick's not on.
Okay, well. Hey.
Yeah. Make sure you feed that dog so he ain't barking all night, please.
He's gonna be up all night.
Whoop. All right. So, what did we do here? We clicked on this, right?
Mm-hmm. Webcam source, microphone source, shared video source, share video source. What's that? Go down and drop that.
Where do you see that?
Down at the bottom.
Collab cam. Right?
Maybe.
Close. What did we do last time where he came in here? Are you still in there, Breakaway?
I mean, you could.
There he is. Okay, show on stream.
There it is. Volume. Oh.
But I still can't hear him now, right?
Can you talk, Patrick?
Patrick, can you hear us? Step out and see if you can hear him on the live stream. Maybe I have to use some earbuds or something.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I can read your lips. Like I have no idea what you're doing this, but I have no idea what you're saying. It's like watching an old kung fu flick, but there's no voice over. Oop.
No, I can't hear him on the live stream.
Can't hear him on the live stream either. I hear you, not Breakaway Homesteader. Okay, bro.
Scroll down and see how our mic is live and active.
Is it showing?
There it is.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
You touched something.
Why are there two of me?
There's not two of you.
Oh, okay, on the screen. On Streamlabs, there's two.
So you can't see us?
I can see you.
So how's there two of you on the stream?
On the Streamlabs. Like, on the screens.
He's probably got two split screens or something. The way he's got it set up, maybe.
Oh, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the polls on the East Coast. Well, first of all, everybody, let's just 12 minutes in, and we got. Can you guys hear him now? Can y'all hear Breakaway now?
Can you hear me now?
With his,
That's all commercial.
with his I hear him now. Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, my guest tonight is Patrick from Breakaway Homestead. If you guys been around for a while, you guys would remember I used to call him Scrape Away Homestead. He's been with us for a long time. Homestead Network days, right?
Homestead Net.
Yeah. And we became very good friends over the years. He's come down to the house, to the homestead multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
We are bad friends because we have not been to his homestead yet. So we got to try and remedy that as soon as possible. But he's going to join us tonight. We used to do live streams like this together back in the day with Insomnia Platoon and just.
Now we can't even function. I don't know what's going on.
Now we can't. What?
We can't even function.
No.
Weird.
Yeah. And so, welcome, Patrick.
Thank you.
Also, I want to it seems like some more people are coming in. I may wait till after we have the homestead community took a hit today. Um, I know some of y'all I called directly as soon as I found out, and I was asked not to say anything until they made a post. Well, they made a post about an hour or so ago. Um, the homestead community lost a member. I don't know. They've pulled away for some time because of the health issues, but I don't know if you guys will remember Two Family Homestead. Daryl and Sherry used to do the live streams where they would critique your channel. They always did the live streams from a lot of the different events. The very first Homesteaders of America, I think they did, and then they were told they were not allowed to do it again. But I know they did it from
Doug and
Stacy's a couple of times. I think they did it from Jess and Jeremiah's Roots and Refuge when they were still in Arkansas at their shindig. They went live there and tried to bring it to those of you who could not participate, could not make it down there. They've been to our place multiple times. We did live streams together here on our homestead. But Sherry had a surgery, and she had just complication after complication after complication after complication. And unfortunately, she passed away this morning. Daryl called me, I guess it was right around...
It was before lunch.
10, 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Understandably, he was very emotional. I believe I might have been the first person that he called because he asked me to try to spread the news. And he said that he was going to call Brenda Duncan. But everybody else, he asked Rob and I to contact. I don't know what was the cause for Sherry to pass. I know that she's been having just 4 years. 4 years she's been sick.
When the last time they came to visit was like 2021, and they were here, and normally Sherry gets out and plays with the girls and walks around and everything, and even more so because she had lost a lot of weight, and so she was able to get around a lot better than before. But that trip, like, they actually cut it short because she was just feeling awful.
Yeah, and they actually stayed longer than what they wanted to here because at one point she got too sick to even travel.
Yeah.
And we thought we might have had to take her to the hospital down here.
Yeah.
But they were able to go and they made it home. And ever since, that's when they really started pulling away from the community and YouTube and doing things because of her health issues.
Well, Daryl had to start. I mean, it's no different than what happened with us. Daryl had to start focusing more on taking care of her, taking her to appointments. I mean, like, if you paid attention to her Facebook for a while there, she was in the hospital like every other week, and so she, the content fell to the wayside because there was nobody to do it because he was too busy with her. It was no different than what was going on early on when Jason and I were dealing with all of his stuff that was going on. All of our stuff was sporadic because we couldn't focus on that. We had to take care of his stuff. So
give them. I would not bombard Daryl with messages right now. Give them. Give him and his family. I know when he was talking to me, his daughter just got there. So give them time. Give Daryl time to grieve. They will be making a post when
Once
this-
they have arrangements.
yeah, once they have everything to go. They called it a celebration of life. So they may be asking for donations to a charity or whatever. I don't know any of the details. Like I said, I don't know if she had a heart attack or a stroke or anything. We don't know anything.
Hey, Art.
So I would like to just take a moment of silence. If you pray, say a prayer for Daryl and his family and everybody.
She had granddaughters.
She had granddaughters.
A daughter.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
So if we could, let's just bow our heads, take a moment, and take this moment and just remember Sherry. Amen. Amen, amen, amen. Guys, thank you so much. Tonight's the night.
Or is it? Or is it?
Or is it? We're doing a special live stream here tonight to keep our watchful eye on the election. Patrick came down to visit, I guess it was what, a week ago?
A week ago, yeah.
Week ago.
Came down to visit, and Patrick and I both said about the same time that last election,
We went to sleep.
our candidate was winning. We went to sleep. All of a sudden, when we woke up, he got crushed.
Mm-hmm.
I think they kind of pulled a fast one on us. And so, this year, we ain't sleeping. But I'm afraid I don't think we're going to get any results.
Oh, you don't think so?
No, I think it's...
You want to decide what the final results are going to be?
No, I don't think we're gonna get an answer tonight. They've been flipping it up. They've been lofting it up here, talking about how it's been 49%.
And they talking about how Iowa might go blue this year.
Yeah, and so.
Oh, North Carolina goes red.
Say that again.
I'm hoping North Carolina.
Goes red. Yeah.
Oh, we're going to touch on that subject in a minute because as I was calling around today to inform people of the passing of Sherry, I got to talk to some homesteaders that are in Western North Carolina. And the reports that I got today was there was some pretty shady stuff going on.
Well, and Patrick told us a little bit about it, but it's always nice to have confirmation. You know, like one person's view might be a little bit different than somebody else's. So it was nice to have confirmation from somebody else who was right there in the middle of it. It was the same story. So, you know, trust but verify, and that's...
Yeah. And so before we came on live, I turned on... I believe it was CBS I had on, or
ABC?
No, it was not ABC. It was the AP thing, and they had a split screen on there, and they had both their campaign headquarters, and
well, so far, according to the AP, Trump has 19 and Harris has 3 electoral votes. They're showing him winning Indiana and Kentucky.
Okay, hold on a second, woman. Let me get there. Hey, you're stealing my thunder.
So, at 7 p.m., Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Martin, Virginia close their poll.
Yeah.
Yes.
At 7:30, North Carolina, Ohio, and Virginia.
Why 7:30? How does that? That's right because Donna, Old Ways New Time.
Yeah, she's gonna be coming in.
Yeah, she said they had to stay till 7:30, so that makes sense. I thought it just meant they were staying an extra 30 minutes to close everything up, but she's
got 4 more minutes.
Yep.
So at 8 p.m., Alabama, Kentucky, Delaware, Florida, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, Jersey, Oklahoma, and Rhode Island. See coming.
Oh wow.
They've already declared President Trump winning Indiana and Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
They've got him favored to win Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia.
Mm.
They have her, Vice President Harris, as winning Vermont. So.
Which makes sense.
Which makes sense. we know she's going to win California.
Well, and Vermont makes sense because isn't that where what's his name lives?
Who?
Morgan.
No, he lives in Connecticut.
Joe.
Yeah, no. Joe lives in Delaware.
Delaware, that's right.
Yeah. So it's going to be a fun night. I think. Okay, so here were some things that were on our ballot today.
Yeah.
And I shared this with a group of friends that my family's really got to stop playing around. Because one day I'm probably going to end up winning something. Because you know how you always have the write-in, right? And so if we don't want to vote for that person, he doesn't have anybody running, we'll do a write-in. Well, a couple of years ago, jokingly, I put my own name in there one time. Well, my family thought it was funny. And so now every time, because it was an empty ballot, there was like nobody running for, and it was for like waste management, water manager or something like that. It was something crazy in the county. Never heard of it before. And so jokingly, I put my name. And so when I went out to the car, I was giggling, you know? And because that was Blaze's first year of him voting. And so it was me, Robin, and Blaze in the car. And I said, what was up with that waste water management thing? And Blaze was like, I don't know. I just put your name in there. And I'm like, uh-oh. Rob was like, what? I said, that means there's 2 votes for me in there because I jokingly put my name. And Robin started laughing. She's like, no, there's 3 because I put your name too. And I was sweating bullets because if nobody wanted that.
Our county's not that small. I mean, not that big.
And if nobody wanted to run for the job, I might have ended up in the job. You know, and so today it happened again. There was this one guy running for the one Georgia seat in the House of Representatives for the state. And I don't like him. He's gotten caught taking bribes from Georgia Power and a whole bunch of other folks before. And short-term memory.
I was going to tell you that's how we learned just how short the memory is of at least our Georgia voters.
Mm-hmm.
Because he got pulled in on a huge scandal.
Mm-hmm.
And he fell out of the race, laid out one election, and come right back and won. And
won again.
Right back at it again. And I'm like, I don't understand how people don't remember this, you know? It's crazy.
Yeah. And so, mess around and I might get a house in the seat because now there's 5 of us. So that's probably, if everybody keeps joking, playing around, that's 5 votes. In a not so big county.
It's confirmed Indiana, Donald Trump, final votes for 300,000 against 191,000. So it was 62% again. years.
Right now, total votes, he's beating her by 1 million votes. I got that he's got 4,000 or 4,871,232, and she has 3,800,016.
Virginia keeps flip flopping. It's blue now.
I still got Virginia is leaning pink.
Refresh.
I just refreshed.
Well, they must have just changed it because it was blue on the screen a minute ago.
So.
Yeah, right now it's 19-3.
Yeah, 19-3. So, but it's again, we're still early. You know, but some of the things. Some of the things that were on my ballot to vote for, liquor sales on Sunday, again.
And it was liquor sales in a restaurant and liquor sales in grocery stores and independent stores.
Wine, they put wine on it this time.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not seniors are over the age of 65, and as long as their home value was under 250,000.
Mm-hmm.
Tax assessed to under 250,000.
I think so.
To exempt them from paying school tax.
School tax. So they still have to pay the 911 and all that stuff, but they're exempt from school taxes.
There are friends and things.
There are so many countries that have had marches for Trump.
Mm-hmm. And let's see what else, what was the other ones that were on there? There was nothing weird.
Well, we had one for tax exempt. Oh, look who's here. We had one for homestead exemption.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know about everywhere else, but in our county specifically, over the last 2 years, property values have soared. Like they doubled and then doubled. I mean, like it was awful. And so I guess the local legislation decided they wanted to bring in an exemption that would keep the county from like upping the price or upping the value. But the problem with it is that it gave the counties an opportunity to opt out.
Yeah.
And so it didn't make sense to me. I didn't understand.
It didn't make sense to me either.
How that worked.
That happened to me. My house, my old house, we got a tax. The taxes went up. On the back of it, there was a little disclosure that. Sorry, let me turn my volume down. The disclosure on the back they do the tax between every 8 years. So I called up the office. When was the last time we had a tax assessment? And we're like, oh, just 2 years ago. I'm like, so why are you doing it so soon?
Yeah.
The value of the houses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they wanted more tax.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, this just in. They are giving President Trump West Virginia.
Yep.
So now he is up by 20 electoral votes.
And Virginia.
23-3.
And we got Virginia's now a light blue, like it's going back to her.
And so is North Carolina. Is that is that still gray?
North Carolina's still gray.
Okay.
Here's the thing about North Carolina. I will be really, really, really surprised if she wins North Carolina. Every person that I talk to that lives in North Carolina,
Good night, Patty.
especially Western North Carolina, are livid right now with anything that deals with the current administration. They have run out the government out of Western North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
They ran out FEMA. They were told that it was going to take 5 to 6 months to get this one road fixed, and some coal miners got together, Tennessee, West Virginia, North Carolina, and they got the road built back minus the pavement in 5 days. I got to send you this video that I don't know if he wants me putting his business out there. I'll put it like this: a North Carolina homesteader shared with me. But there is a little island, I guess, in there. They call it Little Germany.
No, it's not. It's just a small area. Yeah, it's
small.
not an island or anything.
Yeah, they call it
Germany.
Little Germany, and it pretty much just got cut off from the entire everything. Bear Independent. He has a great video out. That's the one I'm going to send you, Patrick. I think you have to, it has to be shared now because he put it up once and they kicked it out, and so he uploaded again but just left it private, and it's been being passed around that way. He has a huge operation where he comes in and he does it's not relief. Disaster relief.
Not recovery relief.
And I mean, one of the things that he said that's a huge blessing for them is they literally started doing it in a van, putting boxes in a minivan and running them up there. Now it's so huge that they actually have a helicopter with helicopter pilots that they're able to come in and over this little area in western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee where he was referring to it as Little Germany. I guess there's a high population of German residents there. They were flying in supplies because you couldn't get to it via the road. They were completely cut off. And he said there was 42 survivors, but then two of them supposedly, one committed suicide. They're trying to say the other one committed suicide, but it looked kind of shady. So it was down to 40 surviving residents out of that community. And they were airdropping, they were bringing stuff in via helicopter. And the United States, or the government, restricted that airspace, said military planes only, to completely cut off this community.
And they told them that they would have them out in like 4 days, and like 3 weeks later, they're still there. They were still there.
So, and come to find out, when he went to dig in that section right there is a mineral in that ground. What did he call it? A finger?
I don't remember, but yeah.
Lithium.
A what?
Lithium.
Yep. But there's like this whole. Did you see that video?
I've heard conspiracy theories of lithium.
Yeah, and the government wants the lithium because of Brexit. Because it's done. You get a lot of it in Africa, South Africa, and all of that is all of those countries in Brexit are pulling away from America. And so for us to stay current and still be in the fight, we got to be able to source that at home. And so that's one of the things that, is tinfoil hat wearing is why they're doing what they're doing to those people up there. But I was talking to that North Carolina homesteader, and he told me that they witnessed FEMA taking supplies that was coming up from Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, wherever. You know how churches do, they get chains going and putting them in warehouses and then not distributing them, not letting them get distributed. And so that's what caused one little town, the townspeople got together and pushed him out. And then in another section, the sheriff said he said he had enough. And he pretty much, you said he escorted him all the way to the state line, right? Yeah, they pushed FEMA out.
Escort FEMA out of the state of North Carolina.
Yeah.
And they did not have a choice.
Yeah. And so that is, I know you heard a lot about Oh, they got North Carolina leaning blue though.
Yeah.
Only by 2%.
Yeah. But I know here in a little bit we should be joined in the chat box by Mama Donna and the Professor Steve. They were working their polling station this year, and they got some horror stories. I'm gonna let them see if they want to put it up in the chat or if they give me the thumbs up to share some of the stuff that they have shared with me because she would message us and she's like, I just need to talk to a decent human being, and
Mm-hmm.
because people downright getting kind of ugly.
So North Carolina made voter ID required.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm sure a lot of people are like, well, I don't need to vote.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Yeah. Well, the lady at our ballot box this morning, she took my ID and she looked down at it, looked up at me, looked down at it, looked up at me, looked down at it, looked up at me, and I'm like, everything okay? She's like, yeah, I'm just really trying to make sure this is you, and I'm like, well, I've lost some weight, and when I took that picture, I was not prepared to take a picture. I was just coming up there to change my address. She made me take a new picture, so it looks like I just got out of prison because she made me take the ball cap off. And so she laughed and let me go and vote. But they are really
Paying attention.
paying attention this year. I thought for sure I was waiting for them not to let Carol vote because her ID is still a learner's permit because she's scared to death to go take her driver's test. And
The other thing that really Carolinians, when the hurricane happened afterwards, both Harris and Joe Biden wanted to see the destruction, and they had to shut down airspace for almost an entire day. Separately, separate days. One, they get 15 minutes of fame. When Trump came, he drove it, and it was shut down. But that's another reason why a lot of Carolinians are not happy, either Joe or Kamala.
Yeah.
now you're pretty. Where are you at? You're more eastern, or are you pretty much more in the center? Which,
So right in the the curve down,
Like it.
up, so everything 30 minutes west of us, in Charlotte over at the car. We got sustained about 90 miles per hour. We went down, but other than that, we're very unfortunate.
Sorry.
I worked the fire department volunteers, and probably answered 10 or 12 down tree calls.
Oh, where are we at? Still the same?
Now they've got Ohio leaning towards President Trump.
I need to refresh my stuff.
He's still up by about 1 million votes. So we'll see. Making strawberry jam because she's in and out. So let me ask you this, Patrick, and I don't know if you'll know the answer because I know I don't know the answer, and I'm kind of hoping Mama Donna will show up in here because I'm pretty sure she'll probably know the answer. What happens if there is a tie tonight?
Ooh, you answer that question. All right, well, I actually got this prepared, so okay, something were to happen. Okay, I'm gonna turn my dog. But so the electoral roll tied down the middle of the mountain, right? So this is a little conspiratorial because it says the gist of it is they have it split down the middle. Automatically goes to the president of the United States.
It goes to what?
It goes to the vice president of the United States.
Why?
So if either party doesn't get enough electoral votes, by law, the vice president of the United States, the person becomes the next president of the United States. So Kamala Harris, even if she doesn't, and they vote her to be, she still get it.
That's
I heard something this morning that it goes down to some. I think it was like CBS or something this morning. I don't know how legit it was, but I wanted to. What did he call them? Is there like there's a percentage maybe of senators or something that they gather up and happens. I'm gonna Google it and see what it says.
So did you know back once the president was elected, the person with the second highest votes automatically became the president?
yes.
of
Yes.
that person?
You know when that changed?
No.
Hold on. Oh wait, she's not in here yet. The one thing I learned from watching Hamilton. So Hamilton, it was supposed to be that Burr was the second, the runner up, and they couldn't work to like it. It didn't work, and so after that, it changed. That no longer because it was the first time when he started running like a smear campaign and doing his own thing that it. Now Niana says it goes to the House.
Well, this is what
And then to the Senate.
I'm reading. If the election results is 269 tie in the Electoral College, the presidential election will be placed in the hands of Congress, with the House voting based on state delegations and the Senate voting as individual senators. The outcome of the 20, and that's when it just says we don't really want this to happen. The new Congress sworn in on January 6, 2025 could decide whether Trump returns to the White House or Harris becomes the first female president of the United States. So we may not know if it comes out to be a tie. We may not know until after the first of the year.
Yeah.
And I'm betting there'll be a lot of lobbying between now and then if that happens.
Mm-hmm. So.
Which means there's no chance at a balanced budget or. The only
It could-
thing
it could
people be
get
talking
rough.
about.
It could get really, really rough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's a in our forces or our numbers, and nobody wants to join the war.
What was that? You're like fading.
Your microphone keeps cutting in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You get close to the mic. So our force numbers are getting lower and lower. Less people are joining, more people are getting out.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're at a point now where we're kind of gearing toward a draft. Happened before in the past, but we don't know what's going to happen. That's scary. Either way it goes, it's a possibility here.
Yeah, that's a very and look with the here's a fact in reality, there is actually more females than males right now, and so they may look at opening up the draft to be able to draft females.
Yep.
You're talking about the elective service. You
Yeah.
have to go in
Mm-hmm.
when you turn 18.
Yep.
That postcard is post office.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
For us to roll just in case something happens.
Right.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
What is the draft?
No, the elective service. It's by law. You have to do it or it's illegal. It's a felony.
Yep. You can be charged with a felony.
Oh, yeah. If you don't do it, it's a yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I know that.
You know, there's a lot on the line with this election. Um, Another thing that I want to talk about that really, for homesteaders, um, is it works in our favor. Um, if President Trump wins, he said that he is going to put Robert Kennedy Jr. in charge of healthcare. And one of the things that he's a big he's our people. He's our people. He does not like the genetically modified foods. He does not like vegetable oils. He does not like factory farming.
High fructose corn syrup.
And so
Food coloring,
Mm-hmm.
additives,
yeah.
Yeah.
preservatives.
Yeah. And what the funny thing is some of the things that we eat in this country are banned, illegal in mostly every other country.
Skittles.
Skittles.
You have titanium dioxide. The stuff that makes white. Why?
Hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But that is something that if you miss that, that in my opinion is a huge plus. You know, a lot of us have been screaming on this platform about how our food system is broken, how the food that they feed us is dangerous.
Poison.
It's poison. I mean, McDonald's just had to go through that, taking the quarter pounder off the menu.
E. coli.
Because of E. coli and the onions. They should take the quarter pounder off the menu because you can let it sit on the shelf and it'll stay there for 60 years and look just like the day you bought it. But we won't get into that. Let's just talk about the E. coli for a minute, right? And you know, and so if he's given, if you know, if Trump does what he says he's going to do and says, look, I'm just going to turn him loose, you know, we could see some major changes in our food system and in our health care in these next 4 years. And all of that would be for the better because I'm always been a firm believer if the doctor doesn't talk to you about your diet first and wants to just prescribe you pills and junk, you don't have a healer, you got a dealer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so that's going to be very interesting. The other interesting thing was that he was talking about bringing old Eli Musk to help him to get the budget balanced and to start trimming some fat. You know, and I think that we need that desperately. I'm going to pull it up right now.
That clock.
Yeah, so the United States is a food exporter, now we're an importer.
Mm-hmm.
And that's weird because we have a lot of land to be farmed.
Yeah.
But the government continues to feed these farmers not the food.
Before we close this live stream tonight, before we find out who our next president is, our U.S. national debt will be over $36 trillion.
Yep.
It's almost at that point where there's no turning back. You know, we are going to have a collapse. The dollar will collapse. For each, let me see. That means for each taxpayer, let me see where it's at. that debt per citizen. Okay, hold on. Debt per citizen. Where's it at? Where's it at? I had to expand it a lot so I could just read it. um, I know it's
You don't know what tax free.
what?
Do you know what tax freedom day is?
Mm-mm.
You're fading in and out with your mic.
Tax freedom day.
Tax freedom day? No. Oh, you talking about the Boston Tea Party day?
So you pay taxes, right? Tax freedom day is the day you stop paying tax and then your income becomes your own.
Mm-hmm.
So until this date, paying taxes every single day of your life, all your money goes to taxes until this date, and then after this date, you finally receive an income of what you're doing for the rest of the year. It's April 16th. So for over 4 months of your life, every year, you're just working for the government.
Mm. That's crazy.
That's the way to bring the mood down. Appreciate that.
Wow, thanks.
We were trying to have an upbeat live stream.
They really
Hey, I'm sorry. It's bad.
Yeah.
Crush the mood right there.
Right, because we did the revolution of this country over, what, 20%? Now do you back?
I guess what I don't understand, and I remember it back 2008, 2010, it was going around heavy. The whole fair tax.
Well, that's what I think they're saying, why they keep saying that prices will go up with Trump.
It's because he wants to do
Is
it.
because he wants to try and transition away from that, the federal tax to a tax on everything.
A sales tax.
Sales tax,
National
yeah.
sales tax, yeah.
So you get all your money, but you pay a little more for what you buy. When you buy less, you're saving more.
There you go.
If you grow your own garden, if you do your own thing, you're saving way more.
Well, to me, the bigger thing is that it hits all the people that don't pay taxes. Because if you buy something, you're paying tax.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know? So all the people, all this complaints about billionaires not paying their taxes.
You took my line. I was about to say the billionaires have to pay their fair share then.
Yeah.
That big line that they always say.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know where I don't know where they get that from, because I was a business owner once.
Mm-hmm.
And we had employees. I had to pay double Social Security tax. I had to pay double workman's comp, double state, double FICA, all that. You know, just so how are business owners not paying their fair share? Oh, he changed his T-shirt.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. So it's gonna be tonight. So far, it's looking like President Trump.
Well, that makes sense because I'm getting tired.
She got jokes.
Yeah.
Now look, here's another thing. You know, and President Trump's already come out and said, "Look, it's gonna be rough in the beginning."
Mm-hmm.
You know, and there's going to be a lot of people screaming that he's behaving like a dictator. But to be able to accomplish some of the things that he needs to accomplish, like a mass exportation of illegal immigrants out of this country, it's going to look that way. You know, Robin said the best thing one time when somebody asked her, you know, why you're considering voting for Trump, or why are you voting for Trump? And she said, I had 4 years with Trump. I had 4 years. I have now had 4 years with her in charge. And she has openly, so when one of the news reporters come out and asked her, you know, what of some of the President Biden stuff would you've changed or done differently? She said nothing. So we're going to get this by her own admittance. We're going to get 4 more years of the exact same thing.
Mhm.
And so Robin said, my paycheck went up underneath President Trump. My taxes went down under President Trump.
I had to pay a little bit more for things that were imported from China, but that leveled out over time. I worked in an industry where we really were kneecapped by the stuff that was going on in China. But you know what it did? It made all of the other companies in America and in other countries besides China compete and put out better products and justify what they were charging for, what they were selling. And that leveled out. I mean, it hurt for maybe 6 months, and then everybody figured out how to work it into their prices. And basically what it boiled down to is, at least in the industry I was in, nobody had changed their prices in 10 years. So it's time for a price change anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So and I think that's one of the things that he really kind of brought out was that, like even the whole thing with the UN, like none of the other countries were paying their bills. He was like, hey, look, we can't have that. Everybody's got to pay, not just us.
Mm-hmm. But during the current administration, paycheck went down, taxes went up.
We talked about the border. She's been there the whole time. She finally visited the border in September.
Mm-hmm.
Last September. The first time in her tenure.
Yeah, and she was supposed to be in charge of it.
Vice president.
Yeah.
And they didn't want her
there. Yeah. From a veteran's point of view, my health care went up underneath President Trump.
Get out.
I was treated like a normal human being. I was
talking the quality.
Yeah, the quality. I was getting more.
Just the attitude of like how everybody would treat you.
Yeah, you got your appointments faster.
Yeah.
If they couldn't see you there at the VA place, they found you somewhere out in the civilian world that you could go. Mm-hmm. The moment Biden took office, all that went away. It was gone. Literally, I had an appointment, and it was Masters Week in Augusta. That doctor that I was supposed to go see wanted to go see the par 3 tournament. Canceled my appointment. They then took me, and instead of just bumping me down the schedule, put me at the bottom of the pile, and I had to wait another 6 months to go see him because he wanted to go see a golf tournament.
And the worst part about it was, rather than just pick up the phone and call us, they mailed him a letter, which then took, because it doesn't go straight from Augusta to Elberton. It goes Augusta to Atlanta, Atlanta back to Elberton. So it took, darn near a week for it to go from the office to our house. And by that point, you had, it was a 6-month wait again. It was crazy.
Okay, we got an update. President Trump has 86 electoral votes, and Vice President Harris has 35. She has taken Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and it just changed again. Maryland. President Trump has taken Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana. Right now, they're saying Texas is leaning blue, North Carolina's leaning blue, Virginia's leaning blue, Ohio is now leaning blue, and Pennsylvania is leaning blue.
That's gonna be a
I'm
problem.
keeping my eye on North Carolina. The percentage turned in is only 5% of the vote, so
Hmm.
it's still early.
We had to vote on our sheriff this go around, and here it seems like the Democratic Party, they still call themselves Democrats, but they are the old Southern Democrats. Um, so he was running on a Democratic ticket, and you know, he is probably more conservative than I am,
Just funny.
which is, a little bit funny. Good night, mind and body. And so hopefully he's going to win that, because that's the guy I want. I don't really trust the other guy that was running. So
Yeah.
right now it's still
Early.
early. I mean, yeah, it's looking good for President Trump right now, but the West Coast hasn't closed yet. You know, um, there's still a lot of votes out there, and he's still only, in the popular vote, he's still only about 1 million ahead. Um, so
So the next closing will be Arkansas at 8:30 p.m.
at 8:30. You said 8:30.
8:30.
Who else is anybody else closed yet? Who's all
Well,
closed?
8 p.m. closing Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Mississippi, Missouri, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. So we still have more waiting to come in. That'll close through 8:30.
Now Georgia closed at what, 7?
Yes. Yes, we closed at 7.
Yes.
So all of ours. Now look, we've already had shenanigans start to happen here in Georgia. Let me see if I can pull that post up. This was posted in our county thing. Did they take it down?
Look in random, make sure it's not in random.
No, it was in this one.
Okay, well, I didn't see it when you were reading it earlier, so it might have been pulled down.
They might have pulled it. But a lady was talking about over in the Dewey Rose area. That, because with us, you put the card in, you fill it out, and you get a print off, and then you take it to this big trash can looking thing, and you feed it in there.
The trash can thing wasn't working.
And the trash can thing was not working. And so they were taking everybody's printed thing and putting them in a locked, tote
Like
box.
a ballot box. Yeah.
So we'll see.
Dutch Off Grid said, I think I'm the most neutral here.
See if I can.
Dude, if Texas,
Huh?
if Texas goes,
Yeah, right?
Well, you know why it's even close
Well,
now?
That's because most of
Because of
California's
that mass exit out of California,
Yeah.
and they all went to Texas.
and we know that because
Yeah. So let me ask you something. Did you hear about the situation in New York with the TikToker who ran the animal rescue and Peanut, yeah. And the raccoon?
Peanut the squirrel. You know?
Peanut the squirrel. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, they took in this stray, and then somebody. It happens on YouTube all the time, where they'll see kids in the background, and they're running around with them, and they'll report them and say, "Hey, that kid's malnourished.
Right.
Doesn't have food on. That kid needs to be taken away from the parent." And they'll report them on YouTube, and then they'll call the cops on them. Same deal here with a rat. I mean, what is it? Squirrel.
The squirrel. He was a little squirrel.
And they just took possession of the squirrel and did what animal control does. They put him to sleep.
Yeah, they euthanized him.
Well, because he bit somebody, and so they wanted to test him for rabies. Which, do squirrels get rabies?
So my wife was with animal control for 8 years.
Yeah.
So you know how they test for rabies?
Yeah,
They
the
cut
brain.
the entire head off
Yeah.
and send the head off.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why they had to euthanize it.
Still have to cut its head off. So there's no point.
Mm-hmm. Bee Lady wants to know what you're making, Robin.
Bee Lady, what's up?
Yeah.
A hat. It's a hat. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a slouchy hat.
I personally, I think what they did was wrong. He is a licensed 501c3 animal rehabilitation, animal rescue.
Mm-hmm.
Long live Peanut.
So he was everywhere within his right to have that squirrel.
He didn't have a license for it.
Yeah. And
That's
so,
what they were
but I
getting
don't think
for.
that they should have tied up 4 or 5 agents
No.
to come out there with a search warrant.
No.
Right.
And do it,
What's funny to me is that
And they were holding the license up because he applied for it.
the average American, is seeing that and like, oh, poor Peanut, but they're not looking at the bigger picture of this. Like, what does this implicate? Like, yeah, people a lot of times they just don't think like what's next. They're never thinking of if I'm okay with this, where does that lead to?
Mm-hmm.
The biggest one is the pro-choice, pro-life people. Half of them, you want to make it about morality, but at the end of the day, it's about control. If the government has control of a woman's body, then eventually they can have control of a man's body, and then we're in Hitler territory. We're going to start talking about if you're too old, you're not contributing to society anymore, and you don't deserve health care. Like, I mean, no big deal. Right.
Yeah.
So, that's the thing that I think we as a society fall short of, is we don't think about the ramifications of what will happen down the road if we vote a certain way on something. We're looking at the instant gratification rather than the long term.
Yeah, there's no emotion whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're a police state right now. Again, I mean, you go back and you look, there is no reason why we had to hire another, 1,800
however many agents.
IRS agents, and then
40,000.
Yeah, and then load them up with AR-15s.
And they, armed.
And if the intention of that was to catch all of those billionaires that aren't paying their taxes, then how is she running on a platform where they're not paying their taxes? Like, we hired all of these people to make sure that billionaires are paying their taxes, but I'm going to make sure the billionaires pay their taxes. I'm confused. Explain to me.
See, you're in a dangerous territory right now.
I'm a free-thinking woman.
You're free-thinking.
God.
You have 2 brain cells that are actually touching one another. That's what my daughter said today when we were taking Carol back to college. she she was talking so fast, and the entire trip back to college, I actually was going to take a glass of water and throw it on her lips because I thought they were going to catch on fire.
Come on.
Yeah, you done did it now.
I am tired of you licking yourself. Quit.
That's the White House.
Come here.
But
Texas went pink.
huh?
Oklahoma went Kansas is pink.
Ah, yes, it is. Kansas is pink. Georgia's pink. Texas is back where it belongs. They said that it was gonna be Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin that were really gonna be the thing. Voted for Lagatha. Carol is at a private Christian college. She's about an hour away. It's called Toccoa Falls. It is the more Carol comes when she comes home, the more she shares, the more I absolutely love that college.
Get out. Girl, get out now. Back it up. Back up. You're not. I'll take you and put you.
Lagatha, get
Okay.
out. You're gonna get it now. No. You finna get zapped because you don't want to listen. No. Mm-hmm.
Come here.
You better go to mama. This time of year, it happens twice a year when she's getting ready to be in heat. She becomes extremely hard-headed. Did you lock her in the room?
Our room, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then she's been doing this thing. It's the weirdest thing. She has these false pregnancies.
Every time after her cycle.
She'll go through the nesting phase. Like she'll start taking dirty laundry.
Yeah.
And she'll start piling up. Like right now, she's doing it behind our door.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. But what were we talking about before?
Kansas going blue now. It's light blue. Illinois, light blue. Michigan, light blue.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So again, it's still early. We were talking about peanut. We were talking about the
Peanut, that's right.
the IRS. Lagatha got me all thrown off. I had a really valid. Oh, I was talking about Carol. But she said that right now America votes on emotions. They don't take a second and breathe. That's why a lot of these candidates run emotional type of ads. That's why even here on YouTube, if you can strike an emotion, that video does better than others. Mm-hmm. You know, unless you have a video that's like our cow videos that are packed full of information and they are a good solid evergreen and they're constantly growing, that people, when they're searching for information, they find and watch. But most of even a lot of your big channels, that's why, I mean, look at Morgan. And I'm not faulting him for it, and I'm not talking bad about him in any sort of way, but he learned that, and he was able to key in on that, and he gave every one of his animals a name and introduced them like a character, you know, and, you know, people pulled into it. And so that was one of the things that my daughter was talking about this morning that she gets aggravated with. It's because nobody takes a second and takes a breath and lets two brain cells touch and not act out on an emotional state. They don't do that. And I told her, I said, baby, you're considered a domestic terrorist because you actually take a second and you think. You don't need to be talking about this outside the car, or you'll wind up at Gitmo. But what do you think? What do you think about Carol's hypothesis? Do you think that she's right?
I don't know. I'm not going to go against her too much.
Why is everybody scared of Carol?
Because she looks like she could bite somebody's head off and enjoy it.
Okay, so we still got Georgia pink, Texas pink.
Texas is back to pink?
Yes.
Thank
Texas
God in
back
heaven.
to pink. But Kansas is light blue. Illinois is light blue. Ohio flipped to light blue. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North Carolina, they're saying is light blue. Missouri is pink. Missouri just came in as pink. So, it's like, she's going to...
All I hear is choking her husband.
She's going to take California and Washington. Probably Oregon, too.
Luke said she's right about everything. She like to think she is.
But we know President Trump's going to take Montana, North Dakota, and South Dakota. And probably Wyoming.
I'm hoping to that.
Yeah, I'm hoping about it, too.
Are these states flipping back and forth, Mr. Watcher?
Yes.
Yes. And it's because there's only a small percentage of the vote in, so it's going... Yeah.
All right, Niana said that she has made 4 pints of melon jam and 6 pints of strawberry jam. Speak of the devil.
What's she doing?
What are they?
Are they watching?
Oh, watching Walking Dead.
It says hashtag showing Glenn.
Okay, Carol has this friend up there that she's in choir with, and
it's like her brother, like
and Eagle Beaks.
Eagle Wings.
They sing. If you've ever seen The Walking Dead, and you've seen Glenn, he looks like the very first time when we went up there to go visit her, he come walking in the cafeteria, and he was with his dad and sister or girlfriend or whatever she was at the time, I can't remember. And I looked at him, and I had to take a real quick second look, and I had to...
I don't know how you think that he looks anything like him.
And, well, he had a ball cap on. His
Okay.
there without the ball cap on, his big forehead shows. But I took a second look, and then I had to remind myself, that actor is a lot older than that now. Because I was like, what is Glenn doing here? It was kind of freaky. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Crystal and Uncle Pooh.
Uncle Pooh.
So did you guys do the thing? Did you guys get cars with Dad?
Do what?
Some cash out.
No, we didn't take any cash out.
No, we didn't go that. Well, one, we ain't got nothing to take out. Okay, Crystal.
What colors they should they wear to the Civil War tomorrow?
Crystal, I told her that Auntie Crystal and
Uncle Pooh.
Uncle Pooh said that y'all miss her and love her, and she just said, "Oh, I miss them too, love them too." Um, so, um,
I'm Walking Dead when I go into the bathroom after the husband.
but no, we didn't take.
I told Donald his nickname is Uncle Pooh now.
We didn't take any cash out. We didn't. We prepared more for the hurricane than we did for this.
But that's because for us, preparing isn't a 100-meter dash, it's a mile-long run. And so it's not a quick dash to try and set yourself up. It's something that we've been doing for years and years and years.
Okay.
So
Well, at the end of the day, here's my hypothesis.
your
Okay.
hypotenuse?
My hypotenuse. Here's my hypotenuses. Okay? Whether it's President Trump or whether it's Vice President Harris, we're in for a bumpy ride because Trump can't go in there and fix it overnight, and I do honestly believe, and I would have to look at somebody and say, prove me wrong, but I do honestly believe that we are dangerously close to the second depression in this country. Because whether they want to admit it right now or not, we are in a bad recession. The jobs are not there. People are not spending money like they were 4 years ago. And so and then we have that dangerously looming Brexit over there in the back corner of the room that's growing.
The bricks.
The
Bricks.
bricks.
Not Brexit, bricks.
It's fitting to break some stuff is what it's about to do.
Well, there was Brexit earlier. That's why he's correct.
Countries are dumping the dollar left and right. The petrodollar is no longer managed by U.S. So it's no longer traded.
Right.
And so it'll be traded in gold, which is one reason why the nation independent.
B Lady just said that West Virginia flipped the Senate seat to red also.
Nice.
So, yeah. Farmer Sydney said they've been preparing since 2020. Yeah, we've been preparing. Look, we really started right before the Great Recession of 2008.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of seen things starting to turn. That's when we really started prepping hardcore.
And it saved our butts.
Yeah, it did. Look, one of the things that really I've shared this story a lot, and if you've been here, you know this story. I've been to a bunch of third world countries. I've seen children starving, and when I came home, when I was married before Robin, I got caught with my pants down. I was not prepared, and we had a really bad ice storm in Augusta, and no electricity for days. And I was literally getting in the truck and driving 2-3 counties away to go get firewood to bring back to split to put into the fireplace. And with a fireplace, you're losing 80%, 90% of your heat right up the chimney. And so I vowed never again. And that's what made me a prepper. And we've been doing it ever since. Ever since Robin and I got together. And that's what led us into homesteading. That's what led us into this lifestyle. But I'm not one of those guys that is like, there's a civil war coming, the next revolution's coming, the World War III is coming. Because at the end of the day, none of that stuff is in my control. I am responsible for me. I'm responsible for her. And I'm responsible for that little monkey that's out there that's supposed to be doing her schoolwork. That's probably watching a chick flick on Netflix right now.
No, she's washing dishes.
Robin, can you make an octopus pullover? You're gonna.
Octopus pullover? You're gonna have to send me a picture. Or is this like leading up to a joke? Because you never know with Sydney.
Oh, they changed it. Okay.
What?
I see the. Oh,
What?
I didn't know. I did not know that Farmer Sydney was Sydney.
Who did you think it was?
I thought it was somebody new, and I was fixing to text Sydney, and say, hey bro, you might have some competition out there, but what his logo is what made it click for me. Catching it.
Yeah, I already knew it was him.
Yeah. Well, I'm still my eyes messed up.
He's been in our live stream like that before.
He has?
Uh huh.
I don't only remember as the Naked Gardeners.
No.
Okay. Wow.
I think he has. Or his comment, I don't know.
Yeah. And she said that's what wood stove. We got a full home
generator, and out here they all went out because the snow blew into the vents.
I like the hat, Robin.
That's nice.
It'll be nice when it's actually, because right now it just looks weird, but once it's finished at the top, you tie it so that it's one of those slouchy hats. Crystal's been in here. Crystal has one she absolutely loves. She always makes it a point to tell me how much she loves her slouchy hat. I like the style of it because it just looks, I don't know, there's just something. It makes me think of like, bee ladies up there in New York. It makes me think of like the stylish New York kind of like Sex in the City kind of shows, like where they wear their fancy slouchy hats. Like, I don't know. Just from Recent Refuge had such a good and inspirational video about building a life that can't be easily shaken regardless of the lie.
Yep. And that's what you have to strive for. Like one of the things that we're getting ready to be empty nesters here,
Mm-hmm.
And so that makes this election where President Trump now has 101 electoral votes to her 35. I'm trying to see.
North Dakota.
Huh?
North Dakota
is pink. She just jumped to 49.
She got 14 votes somewhere.
Yeah, she got another Yankee state. She got Jersey. She won Jersey. But President Trump got Arkansas.
Of course.
270 is the magic number.
Because Huckabee is still there.
Yeah. Yep. She's got 49.
So I'm looking at North Carolina right now. The vote percentage 49.3 Kamala and 49.3 Donald Trump.
Yep.
How many votes are in?
Tight. Only 13% of the vote is in. But it's neck and neck.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be, and here's one of the things that we have to be careful with in this country. What is Ohio now? Ohio is back to pink. Ohio's back to being more Trump. The states with the more of the larger cities in them always have a very high probability of going blue. That's why Georgia has went from being a solid red state to being
like I wouldn't be surprised if they're blue again this year.
Yeah. I don't know. What
That's
was
not
that?
us. That's him.
Oh, because you have Atlanta. Atlanta always makes it hard for a Republican to win
Mhm.
Georgia. And now you have Savannah and Augusta. They start leaning more blue. Um,
Mhm.
so when you have a couple of large cities like that, um,
Yep.
it makes it tough for a Republican. Um, you know, and the which really
North Carolina.
Ah!
North Carolina back to being
He's
pink.
stalking North Carolina.
Well, I watched. Robin, check your phone. Somebody, I forget what it was, either another YouTuber or it was a news thing that basically said that if
Oh my God.
President Trump wins one of the swing states, it's really going to make it hard for the vice president to win. So if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, if he's able to pull Wisconsin, Minnesota, um, you know,
North Carolina beat by 11 votes.
I want one of those. Okay, Sydney just shared
He said, yes, I know it's AI, but still.
an octopus pullover. This is what it looks like. I want one of those.
The problem with crochet stuff is that, yes, there are some really cool things out there, but the market's just not there. The amount of time that it takes to make some of these things, it would be so much, it would cost so much to do that, like, those are the kinds of things that you make for gifts, and you just work on them throughout the year until it's done.
Okay, she just jumped to 52. Trying to see what one they just declared her a winner. They still got her winning Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Vermont. New Hampshire and DC has not reported in. More than and see, New York is a prime example of what I was just talking about. They're a better example. New York City is the reason why New York is always a blue state. Because most of the people that are up there where B Lady is in upstate New York are that's where all the Republicans in that state are.
Well, that's what she was saying, is that when they went in to vote earlier, that it was swamped, but it was like all Trump country up there. She got Delaware.
So my parents live in New York, and everybody, even the Amish.
Yeah.
So Pennsylvania and North Carolina are going to be the two states to watch. And, with talking, like with my aunt, talking with Crystal, and a lot
Pennsylvania's going to go blue.
I honestly think that Pennsylvania's up in the air this year. I really do, because a lot of they're looking at it as they're trying to weigh the kind of like who is the lesser of two evils. And I think a lot of the Pennsylvania voters, at least my family anyway, and what the feedback that I get from them, some of them are on the fence. Like, they may flip a coin when they're sitting there in the voting booth, and so and I think that it was that way for a lot of people this year, except for them folks in Western North Carolina. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind uh, how that's going to go, how that's going to play out there. Um, you know, did you hear that California changed the uh, grades for public school kids?
What's the an E?
No,
Is that
no. Basically, from 100 to 80. What was it? 88, 87.
I don't know. It basically makes what we used to call an F a passing grade now.
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, you can score a 50 on it. I think it's like all the way down to a 50, and that's a D.
So upstate New York, 65 or above for PET.
Yeah.
So 50 sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she just jumped again to 71. I'm trying to see where
Mm-hmm.
what did
Illinois.
Illinois. Oh, she won Illinois? Mine's not showing
Yep.
that.
It's
Yep.
weird though,
She
'cause
won Illinois.
it's like only 9% of reporting, and they call the state already in her favor.
Yeah, that's like I was asking Jason, like, what do they do, like, with absentee votes and early voting? Like, is all of that counted?
So early voting, that's what the recorded version.
Right.
But that's what happened
Mhm.
is they kept changing the number for the states, and even after they declared that state was the winner,
Mhm.
one group or the other, they would change it again. Oh, there's 100,000 votes out.
Right. Yeah.
So Augusta got hit in a hurricane this year.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I've got an uncle that lives north of Augusta in North Carolina, and a grandmother that lives in Memphis. And they both lost power for about between 3 and 7 days.
Mm.
Yeah. It'd be very. That's another thing with my state in Georgia. I'd be very interested to see um, how Augusta votes now, because they got pretty much ignored. You
Yep.
know.
Yeah, but she came down to the soup kitchen down
Yeah,
there.
she was down in the soup kitchen for 15 minutes. I don't know if President Trump went down there at all.
Yeah.
You know, so it would be very interesting to see. But you know, out of everything, and here's how I can say this: the spirit of America, is not dead.
Mm-mm.
They want us, for some obscene reason, they want us to believe that it is, but it's not. I think, unfortunately, we just need disasters to pull it out of us. You know, because around here, and then you hear reports coming out of North Carolina and out of Augusta, we saw it, that everybody's world kind of stopped and they went to aid their neighbor. They went to love on their neighbor. Um, and so it's almost like America is just one big sibling pot.
Yep.
And basically lives by the rule of
We can pick on each other.
we can pick on each other, and we can not talk to each other, and we can say ugly things and nasty things to each other, but do not let somebody else come in here and try to say it. You know, it's like it's like vets. You know, we give each other a ration of trash all day long, every day long, but let a civilian try to say something, and you would,
officer.
yeah, or an officer, yeah, and
Well, it's like the thing with the, and you see this a lot with the crayon thing. Like, it's funny when it comes from another vet, but when you have like just a civilian be like, oh, I got some crayons, yeah, it's It's not as funny. I
No,
guess it
no.
doesn't have the
You-
same punch.
You want to get smacked?
Like knuckle dragger. Jason's a knuckle dragger. I know what a knuckle dragger is.
Oh, here comes the squid.
You're just a glorified Uber.
Uber.
I gotta go for a ride here. You know, but I mean, but you know, I see it every day. You can be driving down the road and you can see white folks helping black folks helping white folks. You
Yep.
know, so does racism exist in this country? Unfortunately, yes. But is it as bad as it used to be?
Or as the media portrays it.
Or are they just getting better publicity? You know, I ask Sydney, I ask Jay, you know, Maurice, that he goes to our church. He's big time. He's like the manager of the Walmart down here, and you know, and I think in all honesty, when it comes to it, I think it really depends on the day of the week, because sometimes, yeah, they have to face it. You know, and it's stupid, ugly people that make them have to face it. But then there's times that, you know, they don't.
It's always that one bad part that gets blown up on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
That racism is overtaking the country.
Now look, I'll say this: I support law enforcement, okay, but I do think there needs to be a change. I think they should have to do no different than how we did. I think they should have their own uniform code of military justice, and they should have their own private prisons, and they should be held accountable by different measures than the civilian population. I was listening to Prepping 2.0. It's one of my favorite podcasts that I listen to, and they had a law enforcement professional. I'll put it in professional. I don't know if he was a sheriff or whatnot, but coming out and saying they had to lower their standards in order to have people be able to just qualify to be able to go to the police academy there, and that they were overlooking different individuals because he was a male and they needed to have X amount of females. You know?
DEI.
You faded out. What did you say?
Oh, so yeah, favoritism for females or because it's not enough. Can't hear me?
You know, you faded in and out.
How about now? Does that help?
That helped a little bit, yeah.
All right, yeah.
Might be your connection.
It might be. I'm about to put a new microphone.
Yeah, go get the microphone.
Yeah.
So while he's going to go get his microphone, let's take a quick look and see if anything has changed in the race. Now Maine, they now have the state of Maine pink, but Maine gets divided up into two different electoral things. So a portion of most of Maine will end up going to her 9 times out of 10. They still got North Dakota as pink, Kansas as pink, as light blue, Missouri, Texas, Georgia, South Carolina, or North Carolina, Virginia, and Ohio are still in the pink, leaning towards President Trump. So it looks like he's up by almost 2 million in the popular votes so far. He has 53.8%. She has 45.1 or 0.3. I'm sorry, 0.3% as you were. Right now, she has in Georgia, President Trump has 52% reporting. They're saying Augusta is looking blue. He has 52%. She has 47.4%. This is surprising. Chase Oliver, the Libertarian Party, has 0.3%, and so does Jill Stein from the Green Party. She has 0.3%. They usually don't get anything in my state, so Arizona is supposed to be around 10, Nevada around 10. The next ones that'll be coming in would be like Wisconsin at 9. Florida, Rick Scott from the Republican Party has won his seat in the Senate. Larry Morgan is winning right now in Maryland. In Michigan, Slockton, she's got 55.6% with 8% reporting. She's a Democrat. Brown in Ohio for that Senate seat, they're a Democrat. They're winning. Bob Casey in Pennsylvania is a Democrat. He's pretty much, he got 13%, only 13% is reporting, but he's at 67.3%, so he pretty much is going to win that one. Ted Cruz is winning in Texas. So that's where we're going so far here. Whoops. So.
Test ones.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay. Much better.
Much better, much better. In fact, I'm even going to turn you down a little bit over here on my speakers.
I brought some really strong sweet tea for this event.
Yeah, I should have went out and got a Ghost. I have now, since, funny thing, you know, I've been, I was diagnosed with having type 2 diabetes about 6 months ago. And I pretty much said, nope, that dog's not going to hunt with me. I'm not going. And so we sat down and we changed our diet and I started working out and exercising. Well, I have beaten type 2 diabetes. I'm no longer type 2 diabetic. But I forget where I was going with that now.
You beat diabetes.
Right, I beat diabetes. Yeah, but I was trying to figure out, I'm trying to remember where I was going with that.
Anything about sugar?
Oh, the sugar. Yes, because you said it's sugar. I now have a very strong, I always joke and say I have an unhealthy caffeine addiction, because when you are watching your calories and you are eliminating sugar, like I drink sweet tea, unsweet tea now. But there is an energy drink out there that really has a lot of good stuff in it for you. That's called Ghost. It's not a Monster. It's called Ghost. You got to be careful with the Monsters, because Donald is scraping the foam off of the poo water, and they're dehydrating that foam and putting it. That's what some of that stuff's in the monster drinks.
Yeah, it's also in Prime.
Yeah, and but this drink only has 5 calories in it, and it is good. I haven't had a flavor yet that I don't like. Um, and it's I drink one. I drink about one a day. Unless I had a like tomorrow will probably be a two ghost day. Um, and I didn't know they had a protein powder. Hmm. But um, I use it as a post workout. When we're coming home from the gym, we'll stop at the QT and pick one up because they usually got them on sale, 3 for like $6 or something like that. And so we always pick them up, and so that's where I was going with that. I was going to talk about my unhealthy caffeine addiction. Yeah, we drink Zivas or make hibiscus tea and put a water cooler in my office, and having cold water is a blessing here. Yes. That's one of the things that I'm gonna have to start getting electrolytes to put in my water. And uh, we use our Berkey water filter all the time. And that was another thing that was said about uh, Eastern Tennessee, Western North Carolina, and anybody downstream from them because of the flooding and the mudslides and stuff. A lot of the rivers, because they had a couple of nuclear power plants, nuclear facilities, there's really messed up um, the water supply. And so, but the thing is when you filter out the water, especially in a Berkey, there's no taste to it. It's just wet. Um, and so I'm going to have to put electrolytes in there. There is a company out there that my one buddy swears up and down. It's like hold on, LZML. I'll tell you in just a second. But he swears by them. LMNT in the PVC plant. Yep, LMNT um, was the electrolyte supplement that he uses, and he loves them. And they have decent flavors too. Um, so I'm eventually going to talk Robin into doing them. Mm-hmm. So, well, here in about 3 minutes, we should have some more
results.
More results coming in. Let's see. Well, we got Wisconsin coming in at 9. Arizona.
Michigan, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wyoming.
They all close at 9. In approximately 2 minutes. So that's a big chunk.
Big chunk. 163 electoral votes.
Right. Yes, Crystal. We have been taking my protein powders and making pancakes and making pudding and uh, making a flatbread with cottage cheese too. That flatbread is amazing. I'll have to get you the recipe if you're interested. Um, it really, uh, I think the calorie count on it was for that flatbread was only like 50 calories, but the protein was through the roof. Um, and so that's good. I have to.
Yawning again?
Yep, yawning again. I might have to send Robin out to get me a ghost. My problem is right here. This section right in here, that belly fat. Um,
It's my shirt. This is what I look like.
yeah. And so I struggle losing that portion. And they say, when you put weight on, you pretty much you put it on top down. And so you'll start to gain weight in your face, your neck, arms, your chest will start to fall into your elbow, and you'll get that fat pocket right in here, which I still have a little bit of it. I still got some of it right in there. And it's the same way when you start to lose the weight, you start to lose it out of your face, neck, and everything down first. And but that belly fat, man, it's
You're doing the cold plunge now, right?
yes. I
Keep doing
cannot.
that. That's supposed to take down the belly fat. This is what they call the brown fat.
Mm-hmm.
The fat that's hard to get rid of.
Yep, and
It's like
turns it
fluid.
into the white fat. Yep, that's exactly right. I can't go a day without being in that cold water now at least once. Like before we got on, after we got done setting up, I went ahead and went out there and jumped in it, and basically I take my bath. I'll take a bath outside now. I'm standing out there in what the good Lord brought me in to this world in. I have one of Robin's soaps in her soap sack, and I literally take a bath, and then I sit in it. And in the morning time after chores, I sit in that cold water thing for tub for about 30 minutes. Now I didn't get that today because we had to take Carol back to college, but it makes a huge difference in my mental health, in my joints, in my back, everything, and there are
It's a
times,
reset button.
huh?
It's a reset button.
Yeah, especially for my brain. If Tom's working overtime, Robin will say, "Go get in your bath," because it's like, boom. Because that was one of the things. Like one night, I could not eat or drink anything. I would just throw up. Everything tasted rancid, even water. And so Robin went to start digging and start looking and made me suck on an ice cube. And it reset everything. Okay, new numbers are out. Vice President Harris has 99 electoral votes, and President Trump has 120. He took North Dakota, South Dakota, and what is that, Nebraska? Let me stop it. Nope. Oh man, I'm really not digging this.
North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming.
Wyoming. I didn't see Wyoming on mine, but we'll do this again. Here we go. Yeah, okay, now we got Wyoming. All right. What did she get? New York. She got New York.
Yep, she got New York. Surprise, surprise.
Yep. Yeah, she got New York. the end of the day, that was not a surprise. Like Maine, she's gonna get Maine too. You know, that's not a surprise. Um,
And Vermont, more than likely.
hmm And we know she'll get California and Washington State.
So, for me, for this guy, after turning 42, I went downhill. I was gaining 2 pounds a month and couldn't figure out why.
hmm
So I went and got tested and found out my hormones were out of level and started taking testosterone. Uh, since then, just like you, all this went away, but the front's still there.
hmm
But I'm able to concentrate more, and I feel younger. And it's helped a lot.
hmm
And so,
I got so aggravated when I found out that I was type 2 diabetic that I started really doing some deep dives into okay, because at that particular point in time in my life I already cut sugar out. I was already trying to wean myself away from commercial sugar. We were in the process of trying to figure out why in the world I couldn't lose weight. Um, and I was on the carnivore diet, you know?
really,
Yeah. And so,
like carnivore kills it. If you go carnivore for at least 2 months, you'll lose a substantial amount of weight.
hmm but the problem is that when you come off,
Mm-hmm.
you end up putting it back on.
Your body's not used to
and
processing carbohydrates like it was before.
yeah, and see, and that's the thing. Carbohydrates are not evil. You need them. I literally started taking classes to become a licensed personal trainer, um, with a focus on nutrition and um, senior senior adult uh, health. Um, and that's one of the things that it's kind of become somewhat of a little bit of a passion of mine. When you start looking at love you too, Crystal, that as a nation we're extremely obese,
Very obese.
very obese nation.
Hell, I'm obese.
Yeah, I'm considered obese.
Yep.
And so I really want to. That's going to be one of the things that once I get my license, I'm going to focus on trying to combat childhood obesity big time. Um,
One thing that I'm looking for RFK if he becomes the healthcare advisor of the country is the fact that the only way to be healthy is to eat healthy,
mm-hmm.
and eating healthy is expensive,
Yes.
especially for the people who are in the cities. You and I, we can grow food.
Mm-hmm.
We can grow our vitamins that we need. We can grow the greens that we need, but they can't.
Yeah.
They
Well,
have to buy everything.
Well, they could.
Yes,
If
they could.
if
They won't put effort forward to do it.
Well, I don't necessarily. No, I think a lot of them are hamstringed right now because of laws and stuff when it comes to rooftop gardens and community
HOAs
gardens.
and everything like that.
Yeah. I think if he can go in there and eliminate that BS, um, that
Put chicken
will
coops back in.
help out
Egg,
tremendously.
eggs by themselves are a powerhouse
Mm-hmm.
for good proteins, good nutrients. A powerhouse. Um, Huxley's autistic, or my son, and if he, so I feed him 4 eggs a day.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, and if he goes off of that cycle, or we lose too many house chickens and we have to go commercial eggs,
Mm-hmm.
you can tell the difference when he's off of eggs than when he's on eggs,
Mm-hmm.
because his mental cognition is way better when he's got those fats and proteins going through it.
Mm-hmm. Our food, our commercial food right now is not safe. I tell everybody, I bit into a turkey leg and it had plastic in it. Plastic. My wife didn't believe me. A lot of people didn't believe me. And then when we were processing, she's like, those are tendons, those are tendons. And when we were processing the Canadian geese, I cut the leg off and I said, this is what the tendon looks like. That was not what I was dealing with in that turkey leg. And so then there's been more and more reports of plastic being in eggs, in Brussels sprouts, in broccoli, in, you know, different lunch meats that they're making, you know, all kinds of different, and they've already gotten the go ahead to grow meat in a laboratory.
No, thank you.
I know. You know, it's like you tell people, look, when you go to Aldi or Lidl, or
European.
Walmart or anywhere, and you're looking at the chicken, make sure that it has an American flag on it and it says raised and processed in America. If it doesn't have it on there, you could be eating fake meat. You could be eating chicken that was grown in America, shipped to China to processed, and then shipped back. Makes absolutely no sense. We were in Sam's today, and we were looking. I told people this a couple of Mondays back, that because of inflation and the rising cost of fuel, fertilizer, feed, all of that, you're going to see a huge spike in beef prices because
It's a spike now.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse because a lot of the ranchers have either gotten completely out or they've cut their herd in half because the numbers changed again.
Yep, 137 and 99.
Yeah, what did Trump get? Louisiana.
Yep.
Yep.
That's a surprise.
I don't know. But they still got North Carolina and Virginia leaning pink. Yeah.
Yeah. And Georgia.
Yeah. So Georgia's going to be Georgia's considered a swing state right now, so I'm sure that they're going to take a while and they're going to count, recount, triple count. You know, I wouldn't be
just relaxing the laws and just be able to have a chicken would help.
Yeah. It looks like with Georgia, we got 68% reported in, and he has 52.5% to her 46.9. So we're probably waiting on a few counties or a few spots in Atlanta. Probably Cobb County and up around in that, Gwinnett, up around in there. Because they probably didn't close their polls at 7. They probably had a lot of people still in line, you know, because if you're in line by 7, you still get to vote.
Yep.
So there was probably a lot of folks still in line at that time.
So I got a question for you.
Okay.
How many people do you think voted red or voted for Trump that are actually Democrats?
You know, I think this go around, I think a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I know at least around here, the black vote. He has won a lot of the black vote around here. in Georgia. I've heard people talking about they never voted for a Republican in their whole life, and this is going to be the first time they do so. You know, so I think that's one of the things that's kind of. I think it was a chess move the entire time. I don't think for 1 second they were going to let Biden run.
That's why they had the early
Debate. Yeah.
Was to determine whether they're going to keep him or not.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think they knew beforehand. I think they knew beforehand. They were just were going to let him bomb that, so that way it didn't look bad, like the party was divided.
Right. But here's my deal and my question. It was 2 months before the convention, before they were going to pick a nominee. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They had 2 months to do another run.
Mm-hmm.
And they chose not to.
Yeah.
And so, is it legal, the fact that she got the nominee without even being voted for by one elector?
Yeah.
Or person. So it's beyond me because nobody's explaining to me yet how it's legal. Well, she's got the electoral votes. That's what they keep telling me. Well, how did she get them?
Yeah.
If she's not a nominee who got voted for during the primaries.
Mm-hmm. President Trump won Texas.
Thank you, Jesus.
He's up to 177. He's less than 100 away from winning. You know, I like to consider myself an independent, but I lean right. I lean conservative. I don't blindly vote for somebody because they have the Republican by their name. I try to vote with the person that lines up best with me, with my morals, and where I would like to see our country go. Whether they're Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter to me. There are some things that I'm concerned about with President Trump this time. I'm concerned that it may turn into a witch hunt with him. That he may have a list of names that he may go spend unnecessary time going after. That's a huge concern for me. Because my country is on life support right now. And we don't have time for vendettas. When it comes to her, here's my I couldn't even look at anything else because I could not get past this one point. We have the 46th Amendment, which gives the president the right to be able to turn his powers over to the vice president if he's in surgery, not incapable of running. But it also gives the vice president and other members to be able to declare a president not fit for office.
Yep.
And she did not bring that up for a vote. She did not invoke it. She didn't start the process or anything. So to me, that means she was either part of the cover-up or she was asleep at the wheel. And I can't get past that.
Or she's a puppet.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, everybody knew. Everybody in the world knew. He was no longer fit. Months before that debate. And so that...
Everybody knew.
Yeah.
And it's funny because now the narrative on the news is that Trump is too old and senile to run and be president. I'm like, Joe Biden? No?
Yeah. Well, look, it goes back to the same thing that if you remember when COVID first hit and President Trump put the thing out that it was Operation Warp Speed, where he was telling everybody, look, stop what you're doing and work on this vaccine. While he was in office, all of them said, he's making this vaccine too fast. We're not going to take it. We're not going to take it. They didn't get done making it till after he lost the election, and then they were in office. And
It came out January of the election year, or the year that Joe Biden took
yeah.
over.
And all of a sudden, that same vaccine was not only safe and they will take it, but now they made it to where if you don't take it, you can lose your job.
I was given that choice as well with my employer.
Yeah.
You lose your job or you take the jab.
Yeah. And so
I took it.
You did?
Yeah.
I did not take it. I did not take it.
I commend you, and I'm glad for you. Now, on the other hand, our son did not. We would not allow that to happen.
Yeah, and I can understand.
We took him out of school because of that. That's another reason why we started homeschooling. It's because they were requiring all the kids to be vaccinated.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't doing that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, legitimately knowing that what the history with your son, you know, they would have to, I mean, and I know you're probably this way, but they would have to have some really big dudes with some really big guns to get anywhere near my son with a needle.
That too.
You know, right now.
Yeah.
Because I would rip somebody's head off. You know.
Yeah.
And so that's
not knowing what's inside of it. He doesn't need any more disabilities.
Exactly. You know, I'm concerned. The only person in my family that took it was Blaze, and that's because he didn't have a choice. You know, and you took this vaccine, or you suffer the consequences underneath the UCMJ. And he could have.
My nephew got separated from the Air Force.
Yeah,
and he wouldn't take it.
Yeah, and that's something that staples to every job application, and they don't know why. It just shows dishonorable discharge.
Well, it's just other than honorable.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they turned around and requested him to come back. He's like, "No, I'm not to come back into your military."
Yeah.
What else are you gonna make me take?
What else are you gonna make me do? Right. Okay, we're coming up on 9:30. Who's reporting in 9:30? Does anybody report in at 9:30?
Let's see here. Nope. The next 10 p.m. is the next call. Nevada, Montana, and Utah.
When's California reporting?
California. 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Alaska and Hawaii.
1 a.m. and midnight.
Alaska will probably go to Trump. Hawaii should go to her.
I don't know.
You don't know? I think it's been too long since how they got treated with those fires.
Incident, and they got their $175 check, and that was it.
Yeah.
Ukraine got billions of dollars. Yeah, they're not happy. I would laugh.
Yeah.
I would laugh.
You know, but see, the problem is our short-term memory problem. You know?
It takes 2 weeks. It cycles through. You don't hear about it. How many people still talk about this attempt on our president?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's not in any news. They don't refer to it. They don't acknowledge the fact that he took a headshot. And they're like, oh, well, he injured his ear. No, he got shot.
No, he got shot. Yeah.
So, Purple Heart to him.
Yeah.
And the balls he had to get up and just fight.
Well, he wouldn't even let him walk him off stage. He's like, I gotta get my shoe because
let me get my shoe.
Let me get my shoe. You knocked my shoe off. Let me put my shoe back on. You know, but I mean there's a lot of Hunger Game comparison that you can do.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the behavior out of the Democrat Party acts a lot like the behavior of people in the Capitol.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why, you know, as a Gen Xer, um, that's look, we're the feral generation, right? We were taught to trust nothing but get out of the house, you know, kind of thing. Um, and we improvised, adapt, and overcome. Tesla's coming out with that robot, you know, and by 2025 he wants to start putting them in homes. Now, that's a double-edged sword for a guy like me, you know, because on one hand, I'm excited because how cool would it be to have a stinking robot doing my dishes or folding my laundry or pulling the weeds out in the garden or slopping the pigs, you know. But
Driving
then
someplace and not having to drive yourself. I'm all down for that.
I am all for that. But see, my problem lies is there's been some really great fictional stories and movies that are around that, and I look at that Gen 3 robot, and all I can see is iRobot.
Yes.
You know? As bad as I want that type of artificial intelligence and be able to um, make a video and show this robot how I want my hogs fed or how I want the chicken coop built and have the supplies sitting there and they'll build it and I don't have to worry about him cutting his finger off or anything like that, you know? And but then there's that always in the back of your mind, are you Sarah Connor?
Right?
You know?
Well, there's things you could do now. You know, they have a garden now. It's like a CNC machine,
Mm-hmm.
and it's got rails on both sides.
Yes.
And it plants, pulls weeds, waters, and then pulls the product when it's right.
Mm-hmm.
And the website itself that makes it made their plans public, so you can build it yourself.
Look,
That's the type of innovation that we need and information we need to move this country forward.
mm-hmm. Look, at the end of the day, you know, love or hate Disney, they came out with that Wall-E movie. And, you know, it speaks volumes.
It does.
But now they've got Minnesota and Wisconsin leaning towards President Trump. Maine.
He took Wyoming.
Huh?
He took Wyoming.
He took Wyoming. Maine is now leaning towards President Trump. That's a surprise. Virginia is still leaning towards President Trump, which is a surprise. We kind of both looked at North Carolina and figured that it was going to flip this year. My state's still leaning. They got New Mexico leaning blue, though.
It's 51% to 47%.
Yeah,
so that's pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado's going to go blue more than likely.
Yep. The popular vote, she has 26,841,954, 46.8%. President Trump has 29,863,170 votes, 52% of the popular vote. So, I mean, so it's going to be very interesting because Maine has went leaning pink
That's so weird.
to gray back to pink. So it'll be
So
very.
looking at Maine, 51.2% for Donald Trump and 46.6% for Kamala Harris. Of course, they only have 1% reporting of all the votes.
Yeah.
It's only like 12,000 votes in so far for that count. Too early to tell.
Too early to
Which is
tell.
why we're eyeballing it.
Mm-hmm. So, coming up on 9:30. Yeah, North Carolina, 52% reporting. President Trump, 51.1%.
Yep. And Kamal's at 47, which it's telling because there's a percentage there that people voted for somebody else
Mm-hmm.
instead of either of them.
That was the one thing I got aggravated with in the primaries because, like, for our race for sheriff, there was only one dude on the Republican ballot, but they didn't have a write-in. And I felt like there should have been a write-in, so that way you could have wrote in Joe Schmuckatelli or.
It only gives you the option for Democrat, and that's it. I don't even bubble those in.
Yeah.
If it's a Democrat and it was by itself, I did not.
Yeah.
Add my vote to that.
Robin and I sit down and we try to look at everything that's on the ballot, and we try to do our homework, our due diligence to see exactly what is on the ballot, who they are, what they stand for. Especially, like, look, what happened up there in Western North Carolina is proof. It should be, if you were ever on the fence about how important your local sheriff is, that fence should be destroyed now.
Oh, yeah.
Because of what happened in Western North Carolina. Like, there was a report of gang activity up there. Like, this one group showed up supposedly Friday, right after the hurricane. They called themselves the Cajun Army. And they were wreaking havoc up there. Not the Cajun Navy that was doing good, but the Cajun Army was going up there, and they were supposedly wreaking havoc. Raping women, stealing stuff, you know. Where's the National Guard?
Yeah, well, they're also talking about militias because there were several militias that got activated in Western North Carolina to control people stealing and trying to go in where they shouldn't be. Trespassers.
Yeah.
And so they're really going against the militia initiative, trying to make militias illegal.
Mm-hmm. And if they're able to do that, that's going to give them footing to take away the Second Amendment.
Lots of footing. So for those four in North Carolina, there's also a governor race going on right now. So Josh Steen, the Democratic Party leader, got the governorship. Mark Robinson did not.
So you still have a Democratic governor.
Yep. So the percentage rate was Mark Robinson got 40.8% and Josh Stein got 4.4%.
And see, that may be a prime example of somehow, you know, it always seems like the people balance things out. North Carolina may be flipping and going blue for the presidency, but yet they're going to keep their local government.
Yeah, vice versa.
Yeah.
For the presidency, they may be going red.
Yeah.
But for the governorship, they may be going blue.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for North Carolina, there's four cities: Greensboro, Raleigh, Charlotte, and Fayetteville. Those are the big cities. And those big cities determine how the election results turn out.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you look at the state and all the counties, there could be all of them red except for the four cities that are blue, and they'll still turn blue.
They'll still turn blue, yep. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's what happens in Georgia a lot. Atlanta will turn the whole state blue. You know, and I think you may see over time, um, a lot of people are going to start to push back against that. You know, they may look at it and say that the electoral college may be a thing of the past here pretty soon.
They wanted to make it that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's happening now. In Western United States, between two states, I think it's Washington State, United States map images.
No, man, you hold down the fort for a second. I'm gonna go get me some more tea.
Okay, so yeah, between Idaho and Washington, there's several counties that want to move over to Washington State. And same thing between Idaho and Oregon. There's several counties in Oregon that want to move over to Idaho. So they want to become a part of Idaho. So they want to secede their counties that are connected to Idaho to be a part of Idaho because their votes don't count. They get canceled out like we just talked about. And so, hi, I'm Patrick from the Breakaway Homestead. We go way back, Jason and I, probably close to 10 years now. It's crazy it's been that long. But I was in the Navy for 11 years, and then I was forced out, pink slipped under Obama's last forced reduction. And so got pushed out of the military, and I took the first job I got offered, which was in North Carolina. And so I worked there, and I've been here ever since 2011. We've moved 3 times since. One was inside a town called Laurenburg, but we were in city limits, so we were limited on what we could do. And I grew up a poor child. We raised rabbit, had a garden, and we were poor, actually really poor. I just didn't know because my parents didn't act like we were poor, and so we did these things. And when I got out and was forced to get this job, our household income was very minimal. And so we started doing as much as we could to supplement by growing a garden. And we illegally had chicken to get eggs. So we immediately knew we had to get out of there. So we moved to Moore County and started the endeavor of homesteading there. And then we raised turkeys and chickens, rabbits, ducks, a couple goats. We're getting our repertoire up on homesteading and not necessarily doing it to have it, but doing it to learn. Hello, how's it going?
I think everybody put us down for a little bit, and because the chat box kind of went quiet.
Yeah, it's okay.
But
we're here. That's all that matters.
Yeah, there you go.
Of course, everybody else matters, but we're doing this.
Yeah.
So talking about Idaho and Oregon, there's counties in Oregon that want to secede from Oregon and go to Idaho.
Oh.
Really?
Yes. They're trying to make it happen.
What?
They have county elections, and they're trying to secede from Oregon and go to Idaho.
Holy crap.
Because their votes don't count. They automatically go blue.
Ah. That would be interesting. Oh, Luke says, I'm here just listening. So, Luke, did you do any fishing today? And if so, then how come there's none on my front porch? Oh, well, New Mexico has gone from a light blue to a light pink now. New Mexico was one of the ones that a lot of
This
those
is weird.
political people were talking about that if it flips, it could give President Trump the presidency again.
Well, Minnesota, surprisingly, is pink right now.
Yeah,
Mm.
but Wisconsin, what is that? Wisconsin, Indiana, and Missouri,
Yeah, but
Kansas,
she
and
got,
Colorado. That little,
but she got PA.
she ain't got it yet.
Yes, she does. According to mine, she does. She's dark blue in PA in mine. Through the AP.
That's what I'm looking at right here through the AP. It doesn't. Well, that's funny because she still got 99 here, and PA is a light blue.
Maybe dark blue in this one is different. Maybe because I'm on dark mode.
It might be because you're in dark mode. Because right now PA only has 30% reporting.
Mm.
So. But New Hampshire's leaning blue now, which we knew.
Mm-hmm.
We knew.
I did. They just need to be filleted.
Well, you got that fancy knife, man.
Speaking of which, you found yours.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how many numbers are coming in as far as voting goes. Like everybody got up and voted today.
Yeah. I mean, he's killing her on the popular vote. He's now at
33,029 or million.
33 million. Yep, to 29 million.
29.
Mm.
Yep.
That's crazy.
So. I mean, what is
You
the.
and I were talking earlier about which side's which, like leaning left and right, like old Democrats versus new Democrats, and
Well, even old Republicans versus these newer Republicans.
right,
You know, they're both shooting themselves in the foot because they're going so far extreme to either side, and they're getting to make it to where people feel like they have to choose one or the other because that side is so far to the
superior.
extreme. Yeah.
Yep.
So between you and me, we're a little different because honestly, say Harris wins
Mm-hmm.
or Trump wins, it doesn't matter who wins. We're going to move forward in a direction of our own because we keep it at the household level.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go from the household to the county, county to the state, state to the country. And so we affect what we can affect here and do what we can for our own first.
Yep. You know, because that was one of the things. Like the most important race for me tonight is my sheriff's race,
Mm-hmm.
and we still have not heard anything, have we?
Mm-mm. Let me look and see.
Because at the end of the day, everybody that was running for sheriff, I asked them all the same question. When that governor in New Mexico suspended the Second Amendment, what would you do if the Georgia governor did that here? And they all basically answered me the same way, which was, I will basically deputize the entire county, and if they come here, they better become loaded for bear because they're going to get a fight because I'm not enforcing it. And at the end of the day, your local sheriff can lock your county down.
Oh, yeah.
Just like they did up there in Western North Carolina, they can escort the federal government out.
So 2 years ago, we had that issue in Moore County where I used to live, where they shot up that electrical station,
Oh
Mhm.
and we
yeah,
lost power for 12 days.
Yeah.
And during that time frame, we had a what do you call it? From sun up to sundown. What's the word I'm looking for?
curfew.
Curfew. Required curfew because people were getting antsy.
That's a form of martial law.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what a lot of people, I think a lot of these people, and it goes back to what Carol said about it being, we're more of an emotion based nation. Um, that whether it's the people that support Harris getting in the streets and screaming and starting riots or whatever, or the people that support Trump and do the exact same thing and start riots and stuff, that can put cities and states into martial law, you know, and we don't want that, you know. Of course, for me, all it's going to mean for me is I lock the front gate, park my vehicles in front of that gate, so it makes it a little bit harder to get down my driveway, and I continue on about my day, you know. Um, that's one of the things that Robin and I mean, and you have to do this. You have to sit down and have conversations with your significant other in your family and your nucleus. You have to sit down and have these conversations and say, okay, what do we need or what do we want? Because there may come a time that we are stuck right here in this house, or we're stuck on this property, or we may not want to leave our property because of how chaotic and wild west it is out in town. Like, I would have loved to take my kids to Disneyland, but it is completely unsafe. And we would not enjoy it down there because mom and dad would have been stressed out to the max as they were little because of all of this sex trafficking, all the human trafficking crap that's running rampant right now. You know, I am so thankful that Carol's going to the school that she's going to because it's a small private Christian school tucked back in a mountain. It's not, you gotta know where you're going. It's on the outskirts of a small town, and you really gotta be looking for it,
Hmm.
you know. And they've got checks and balances in there.
Carol knows what she's doing. If something were to happen there or in the country, she knows how to get back home safely,
Mm-hmm.
or knows where to go to wait for her father to pick her up.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you, it's so
Exactly.
funny. We were driving her back today, and we were talking about what's going on right now, and on the way up, Jason was saying like head on a swivel, pay attention, and we started getting closer, and Jason's like, man, there's a lot of squirrels up here. She's like, that's why I ain't rushing to get down. She's like, I could live up here for a while with no problem. Like, she's like, I got running water because there's a huge stream that goes right through the campus.
Loaded
The
with
Tacoma
trout.
Falls are right there. There's trout, there's deer, there's squirrel. Like, she's like, you're going to have to come get me because I'm digging in.
Yeah, her to you.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, they have. Oh, excuse
So
me.
you're talking about your local level and working with your sheriff and what you want at the local level, because it's the local people that's going to be there in the end. And how many times have you heard this in the past few years? We're not going to send any help.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Help will not come to you. And you're like, this is what we pay taxes for. That's why I slave my taxes until April 16th and give you all my money until April 16th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so if something were to happen, we'd be covered. And the hurricane made it quite clear that's not what's going to happen. When Majorca says we don't have any more money
Mm-hmm.
for another hurricane, and we already have another hurricane coming in. And so the only thing we can do for you is send you a check. And everybody who applied for those checks, the 175, if they had any interest whatsoever, they got denied. Everybody else who got applied and got through the initial process, they had to wait for a processing time before they would get it back. And so they'd be waiting for a week before they even got that money.
Yeah.
And where are they going to get the money if there's no power? How are they going to get anything if they can't get to a bank because it's been washed away?
Mm-hmm.
And it was a snowball thing.
Look, Western North Carolina right now, I mean, I know that they're in the recovery phase. No.
It's only yeah. Voter turnout was 74%. I mean, they're saying that in Albert County, almost 72% voted for Trump.
Kansas has turned 8.
Well, we're looking at our local stuff right now, and it's not looking good for us.
Same here. And so that's another thing you need to look at is your local area. What are they going to do? Because it affects you locally. This is all affecting countrywide, but not in your individual household.
Mm-hmm.
They affect your household.
Yep.
They affect whether or not you can raise cattle, or because they fart too much. Even though cows don't fart.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, on both alcohol questions.
Of course.
Yes, on the senior exemptions. I can't remember the order of the constitutional amendments. The first one was the homestead exemption.
Mm-hmm.
That was a yes. The state tax court, whatever, is no. And the last one, I can't remember what that one was yes.
Okay. Let me see. Right now in my local stuff for Luke, all of our local elections.
This is what got me scratching my head, because this is what shows me that it's not completely accurate, because they're saying Lee got 100% of the vote. I know at least 2 votes that he did not get.
Yeah, he did not get.
So that ain't 100%.
Yeah.
But that just goes to show you, people will go down a ballot, and if they're Republican, they just check off every Republican candidate. And
Yep.
just,
In my county, Donald Trump got 71.6% of the votes. Harris got 28.10. Oliver got 0.20. Stein got 0.10%. She literally got 10 votes. Let's see where the sheriff is. That's the one that.
right there.
So has it been called?
I'm not sure. It looks like it has, because up at the top here it says incoming ballots, election night complete, election night complete, election night complete. So as far as I know, it looks like that's it, but I'm not sure.
So we have a new sheriff, and it's not the guy that I wanted.
Mm-mm.
Progressive?
He's part of the Republican Party, Jamie Calloway.
But there's a problem.
But he's a full-time pastor. I don't know how that's gonna work. You know.
I don't know how that works.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't.
Yeah. he didn't. The very first time he ran, I asked him some questions, and he didn't answer them right for me.
Well, what kind of tolerance do we have as a pastor of a church? Is he letting things happen that aren't supposed to be happening?
Well, I mean, at what point does his pastoral duties overlap? You know, because you're supposed to be able to go to your pastor with confidentiality. You know?
But what he does in a church kind of will reflect on how he's going to work as the sheriff of the county. You can't be both.
Yeah.
Well, that's my point. You can't be both. How can you? Yeah.
Yeah. So, I guess we're gonna find out. I'm more concerned about the red flag laws, um, because all it takes is for us to be live one night and some Yahoo reports in and we get swatted, and next thing you know, they take all my firearms, and then I have to prove that I'm sane, and I have to prove that I'm not wanting to overthrow the government, and I'm not wanting to do this, and I'm not wanting to do that.
I guess we're visiting a new church this weekend.
What, his church to
I
see?
just, I mean, no, the bigger thing is like when we first moved up here and swatting was a thing, one of the first things we did was go visit the sheriff, introduce ourselves, and be like, look, here we are. You want to come to the house? You want to come see our kids? Like, whatever you want to do, because we don't know what's going to happen. There's a very good possibility you could get a phone call, and we want you to know who we are before that happens.
Because you come barreling down my gate,
somebody could get shot.
you know, we're going to have problems.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to hear this, we were in our rights to tear your gate apart.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And I'm not giving you a key. You know, well, okay, new ones are just in. President Trump jumped to 188. Let's see. It looks like he took Oklahoma. Might be the new one that he got. No, he had Oklahoma from the beginning.
He took Nebraska.
No, he took Ohio.
No kidding.
He got Ohio.
Wow.
So Ohio went back to being red. You know, they used to be a red state for the longest time, and then the last two times they were blue.
Yep.
You know?
Eat the dogs with cats.
You know? So.
It's crazy.
He's got almost a 4 million vote lead in the popular votes. So. I don't know. Do you think America's ready for a woman president? Not just not her.
Not this particular woman.
But a woman in general?
First person that comes to my mind should have been the VP pick, Tulsi Gabbard. She was a Democrat. She went to independent. She just declared herself as a Republican. She left those parties because she sees the clear direction of the Republican Party. I think if Tulsi Gabbard was the VP pick, it would be a landslide, no doubt. Because she'd be next in line for presidency, and she favors the Democrats, but she's very conservative. And she's part of the military. She's in the Army National Guard. She's still in. That's why Vance is this young man. If he ever becomes president, he's 39. He'll be the youngest president ever in the United States.
I paid once they started taking pop shots at Trump. You know, I really did kind of a little bit of a deep dive on him, and he can make a decent president. You know, I think he has the composure to be presidential.
There's something about him though that kind of just. He seems like a
He's
smooth,
young.
a smoother Vivek. You know, when Vivek was talking and giving all the buzzwords, it was really obvious that he was giving all the buzzwords. Vance
That reminds me of Obama
Vance
as far as
almost
talking
comes
goes.
Vance almost
It's
comes
a
at,
schmoozy talk that just makes you want to take your pants off.
yeah. Yeah. But like with Vance, like he almost gives off that vibe. Like but on the sly. Like it's like this undertone, like it's very polished. And I don't know. There's part of me that's like, yeah, but then there's this other part, and maybe it's women's intuition or something, but there's something. Can't put my finger on it. There's something about him that I'm just not quite 100% sold on
Yeah.
him. I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
You
we're
like the baby blues, don't lie.
What'd you say?
So you like them baby blue eyes, don't lie.
He has blue eyes.
He has blue eyes.
Oh,
Sharp blue eyes.
I don't even pay attention to that.
so we're 3 hours into this live stream, 3 hours into this election, and right now, currently, Vice President Harris has 99 electoral votes. President Trump has 188.
Mm.
She has 33,856,980 of the popular votes. President Trump has 38,350,210 of the popular votes. She has 46.3%. President Trump has 52.5%. Currently, the projection is Maine possibly going to President Trump, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, New Mexico, Kansas, Minnesota, and Wisconsin possibly going to President Trump, while Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Pennsylvania's in a dead heat right now.
Michigan, Indiana, and Colorado possibly going to Vice President Harris.
Pennsylvania right now has 49.6% for Harris. 49.5%. So Montana, West Virginia, or Montana, Wyoming, and Utah just went red.
Yep, just coming. It has now changed.
PA's just turned pink.
PA just turned pink.
Oh God.
Yep.
The thing is their major cities have already reported they have a few counties left in the middle of the state, and it's their determination on whether or not they get it. More than likely, Trump will win Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What does Pittsburgh and Philly look like? Are they both blue or red? Can you tell?
Philadelphia is blue. Allentown is blue. Pittsburgh is blue.
Yeah.
However, Erie County, their fourth largest city, went red.
Because I have family that live in Pittsburgh, and they do vote traditionally blue.
So let me update everybody on, because the results just clicked in again at 10 o'clock.
Say hi.
Hey!
Hey, beautiful.
Vice President Harris is still at 99 electoral votes, while President Trump is about to flip to 200. He has 198.
Nice.
She has 34,465,305 of the popular votes, which gives her 46.3%. President Trump has 39,109,160. Well, it just corrected itself again.
No, 198.
Yeah, he has 39,223,039 votes. He has 52.5. Where'd Patrick go? % of the popular vote. Right now, this is interesting now, and I can't believe he backed out on me. They must be getting goodnight kisses or something.
Mhm.
Maine is pink.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is now pink.
Pink. Uh-huh.
Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Kansas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Oregon are pink. Oregon is usually trapped between the two blues, Washington State and California, and is usually end up blue itself. But the fact that it is now pink, and the fact that Kansas has flipped to pink.
They keep flipping though. They keep going back.
Colorado, Indiana, and Pennsylvania's back to blue, light shade of blue, flipping back to possibly being blue. Michigan is a light shade of blue, possibly going to Harris. So very, very interesting. What's going on here? You kind of disappeared on me there for a second, Bo.
Yeah, no, it dropped out for a second.
Yeah. So did you hear that Kansas has flipped to pink and Oregon is now pink?
I heard.
But
North Carolina has flipped. They have 2 more counties to report, but more than likely North Carolina will be red.
I was going to say, North Carolina is still showing pink on mine.
It's going to be red because there's only 2 more counties, and they're all western counties.
Yeah, and Pennsylvania went back to being
blue,
a light blue.
Virginia's pink as well.
So states that are normally blue, Maine, Virginia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Oregon, Arizona are all pink right now.
What did Iowa do? Did Iowa go blue?
Iowa, Illinois, Indiana.
Nope, they're red still.
Yeah, they're pink.
So Pennsylvania has 4 counties left to report, and they're in a dead heat.
Yeah. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's going to win.
To me, it's over, yeah.
I agree. Georgia and Pennsylvania, those 2 work out.
Yeah.
Adding North Carolina. So my original prediction, I asked you at the beginning, like, what's your percentage you thought? You're like, I'm not going to hit that. Mine was 38% Kamala Harris versus the remainder to Trump. That was my prediction. So we're going to see if that's right.
Where are we at right now?
Well, we have those states on the left, on the west coast that's still.
Yeah, you still got California. Blue. Yeah.
Oregon is currently pink.
Yeah.
Of course, they only have 1% of the vote. So Georgia's at 52% for Donald and 47% for Kamala. It's pretty much a sure deal there.
I don't know. It's Gwinnett County and
just flip back to pink.
Pennsylvania's back to pink. Gwinnett County is going to be. It's going to be, what is it? Gwinnett, and what's the other county up there? Fulton County. They're probably got.
Because that's Atlanta.
Yeah, they probably got lines right now out the door with people voting.
Macon County still has not reported their results yet. Or Macon.
Macon may go blue.
Yeah.
Macon may be a blue county.
Atlanta, Augusta, and Savannah all were blue.
Yep. I knew Augusta would go blue.
I was kind of hoping Augusta would go back to being red because of how they got ignored from the hurricane. But Robin did, Kamala did go down there and spend 15 minutes handing out at the soup kitchen. And I don't think Trump made an appearance.
Well, and here's the reality. And I hate to say this, but what wins these elections for some of these candidates is getting the voters that don't normally come out to vote.
Mm-hmm.
And when you show up to a soup kitchen and you validate somebody's feeling of being pushed down by the man, they're going to get out and they're going to vote to make sure that the person that's validating their feelings is still there to validate their feelings. And so she appealed to that. She went down there because yes, there was a lot of destruction, but the thing is that the upper middle class and whatever, they had insurance, they had, means they to be able to recoup, whatever they need to. They work the system, do what they need to do. And some of these poorer people may not have had, a whole lot to be able to.
She won Colorado. She
Yeah.
finally got over 100 votes.
We knew that Colorado, she was going to get Colorado. Blaze was telling us that when he went out there.
Yeah.
It was very
What I
clear.
really go for is Maine.
Yeah.
So Maine only has 2 more counties to go through, but they're the main cities, Bangor and Augusta, chose red.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
I know, that's right. It's crazy. So there's only 2 more small counties left to report, but it looks like Maine may turn red.
Mm.
That's crazy.
Well, Stephen King will probably come out again and say that he's not gonna.
Yep, he's gonna move.
He's gonna move.
Go up to Canada.
Go up to Canada, and he's gonna not write a novel as long as Trump's president, which is fine. That gives me opportunity to catch up on all this other stuff.
Well, he can go have his Trudeau.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's very, very. So far, this is nowhere near as close as they were claiming it was going to be.
But like right now, at this moment in time, were you expecting Trump to have this many votes?
No.
No.
But
It shows you how many people are voting undercover for the choice they actually want, even if it's against their party.
Well, look. Here's the thing
They
about
know what it was like in 2019, and before that, the economy was great.
Yeah.
COVID killed everything.
Yeah. Well, look. A lot of things that I think helped Trump this go around is a lot of people took pictures and posted it what the gas prices were before Biden took office. Or they took pictures of what a loaf of bread cost and they posted it and said, I'm going to keep, and next year at this time, I'm going to post it again what the prices are. And they went up. Everything went up. And so I think that helped him. This whole, B-Lady said earlier in the chat when she was talking about Peanut, the squirrel, got Trump some votes this year. And in all honesty, it probably did. I think the way a lot of things got handled. I'm very curious to watch Hawaii with you. Because typically Hawaii goes blue, but you think the way that it was, the fires and stuff were handled is going to make them flip. I hope you are right.
We said it before, disasters is what bring the country together.
Yep. And so we'll see. But this is also the time when last presidential election.
This is about the time we were going to bed.
This is about the time that we were going to bed, and we were faced with the same lead.
Yep.
Yep. We're like, he's got it. No big deal.
Time to go to bed.
Yep.
But I can't remember if California had reported yet at that point. And like Georgia is not solidified yet, you know. And that's we went to bed. Georgia was not. It was pink, but it wasn't red yet.
So
I think
about
what
you?
helped this time is a lot of early voting on the Republican side.
Yes,
Oh
there
yeah.
unprecedented numbers of how many. And there were several times that I thought about going and voting early, and I was just like, I'm. It's just tradition, you know, to go out and actually do it on. We're not faced with the problem of it being so busy that you have to do it ahead of time, you know.
And there's something magical. There's something. There's something about voting on the day for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's times I feel like I'm walking and the founding fathers are there just cheering you on. You know, yes, vote. This is what
we fought for.
This is what we fought for.
Right.
For you to be able to do this and go and do it. You know, and I don't know. There's something.
I agree. That's what I was. That's every time that I would like pass by to do that, because even when we were trying to get Carol to go do early voting, like they had a couple of like Saturdays where they opened up the precincts for early voting, and I could have taken her and gone and done it at that point, and I was like, no, there's something about going on election day and doing it that day. And I don't know how they do early elections because I've never been. I presume it's the same exact way. But there's something about going and printing out that ballot and watching that ballot go into that machine and count, you know, and counting your vote.
We were there at what 7:30 this morning.
7:30, and there were already 25 people that had voted in our.
I was voter number 25.
Mm-hmm.
Robin was 24. Carol was 23.
So for it only have been open 30 minutes, then there were already, you know, so.
When I went in, Megan and I went in. We were at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was voter 484.
Yeah.
And so that's a lot of people be voting for one day. As far as that tablature machine goes, and they had 3 of them there.
Yep.
So the amount of people voting is unprecedented.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. I think, like you said, people that are coming out and voting against their party lines just because what they believe in, what they want to see happen.
You know, what kind of message would it send if Trump won California?
He won't.
I know he won't, but I mean, what kind of message would that send?
I think I pee myself a little. Just a little.
Is Texas? Texas is red. Nice.
Yep.
So Arizona and New Mexico have
Yep, they
gone
flipped.
light blue.
Yeah, they went to light blue. That must mean their big cities have reported. Phoenix and
Las Vegas.
no, not Las Vegas is in Nevada.
Oh, I thought you said Nevada. Oh, you said New Mexico.
Santa Fe's in. La Cruces is in. Albuquerque is not in yet, but the rest of the counties have voted.
Did Las Cruces go blue?
Who?
Was Las Cruces blue?
Just went blue. Albuquerque still not reported yet. Arizona, Phoenix, and Tucson went blue. It's all about the state or the cities.
Always.
That's
It's
why.
funny because when something happens, let's say SHTF happens, A&P, whatever, all of a sudden the cities are going to be wanting to spread out to the outer counties. Those outer counties are not going to receive them well. And so this is why your local level is important and that everybody gets along.
Oregon just went back to gray.
yeah. Wonder what happened there.
Mm.
What happened?
Oregon went back to gray. Where's Pennsylvania at?
I said Florida. I'm like, what?
Oh no, Florida's red. He's gonna take the whole Bible Belt.
So looking at Oregon, they've pulled all their votes out. It's a completely gray state. Not one county is colored anymore.
Yeah.
No, I wonder why.
Here come the shenanigans.
Now the shenanigans.
How are we looking with Pennsylvania? How close is it to being done?
Pennsylvania has one more county to report. And so it will more than likely be for Trump.
What about Georgia? How many counties we got left?
Georgia, 4 counties left. Macon voted blue.
Macon went blue? Yeah.
Yep.
What counties are left?
4 counties. It doesn't go in that far.
Okay.
County northeast of Macon, and then 2 counties on the border of Florida.
Both of those counties down there should be red.
They're red.
That's all peanut farmers and cotton farmers. And those mountain boys up there, well, Macon's more towards the middle, so that one might go blue, give or take. So, but it sounds like Georgia may be red.
Reeling over Maine.
I know.
When was the last time Maine was a red state?
I don't know. I don't ever remember Maine being a red state from the time that I've been paying attention to it in my life. And see, to me, this should be a wake-up call for the Democratic Party. If you have states like Pennsylvania, Maine, Virginia, North Carolina, Kansas, that it's so close or they flip and go red, to me that should make you want to do some self-evaluating. You know, okay, what the crap?
1988.
Yeah.
Was the last time Maine was a red state.
Wow.
I was 6 years old.
Wow. Shut up.
Okay, Arthur just asked, has there ever been an election where the electoral votes didn't fall in line with the popular vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
That happened with Trump, did it not?
It happened with Trump versus Clinton, too,
Yeah.
didn't
With
it?
Trump and Clinton.
Clinton.
Clinton got the popular vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Trump got the electoral college vote.
I can't
And
believe it.
when you vote, you are not actually giving your vote for president. You are giving an opinion, and your electoral college selectees are taking the amount and deciding from there.
She's saying I can't believe Indiana is blue. It's not blue on ours.
It's not
Indiana is
Pink.
red.
Yeah, Indiana's right next to Ohio, right there, right? Yeah, we got it as a red
Yeah,
state.
it's red on our calendar.
Yeah,
I mean,
Trump-
our map.
Trump won.
Now Illinois
Illinois
is blue, but Indiana is red. Indiana's red.
Now, Iowa, Des Moines is blue, and Cedar Rapids is blue. There's a couple of other counties throughout there that are blue, but they've got a bunch of counties that have not reported yet.
I'm surprised Nevada hasn't come in yet because they voted in the last hour with Montana and Utah, and they're already called. They don't have any color towards
Oh,
one
she
side or
just
the other.
jumped.
She DC finally is done, and she won DC. So she's up to 112. Because DC, my little circle DC is in. Okay, so the New England states, all but Maine, she has pretty much taken, and New Hampshire's not in, but she'll probably take New Hampshire. Virginia just flipped back to being a light blue. So let's see how many more counties in Virginia. Well, here's the thing. This is one of the things that we've been talking about. Richmond and Norfolk and Alexandria and Roanoke is red.
Roanoke is blue. Roanoke is very tiny.
Well, on my map, it's got them as pink, but the county next to Roanoke is blue.
No, Roanoke itself is blue. If you zoom in, it shows Roanoke. It's blue.
Won't let me zoom.
So there is one county.
Yeah.
Unreported yet.
One county.
I'm surprised. So is like Virginia Beach and all that, did they vote red?
Norfolk did. Virginia Beach did not. Virginia Beach was red.
Yeah. That kind of makes sense. But I can see Norfolk going.
Yeah. Geeky Gardens answered Arthur too and said many times in recent years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, didn't Trump win the popular vote last go round?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Well, she's not even closing the gap on that at all. She's at 39,343,526.
Well, California's a big deal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it could throw it off real quick.
Real quick, because it's like 50 votes, right?
Between California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, it's 78 electoral votes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would give her 190.
Mm-hmm.
He would still be 8 up if she swept all of those.
Mm-hmm. Now those totals are only the definitive, right? They're not the pink ones.
Yeah,
So for the 2020 election, the popular vote was 74 million against Joe Biden's 81 million.
Yeah, he was.
My dead grandparents and their dead grandparents voted for him too.
Were they alive then?
Nope.
Well, that's what I told my kids. I said, when I die, please don't let me vote Democrat. That's what I always say.
1988 for Maine. That's crazy.
Can you get some drops and put them in this eye again, please? It's starting to hurt again. That is crazy for Maine.
People aren't happy.
Mm-mm. Not
It's
at
not
all.
they want to vote red, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But what they got is not what they asked for.
Yeah.
The most least popular politician went from a zero to a hero
Mm-hmm.
in no time flat because she got the nominee. She went from a nobody that nobody liked. They hated her worse than Joe Biden. And magically overnight she became a sensation of, well, she's all for the people. We're going to turn the page.
Yeah. She's learned. Yeah.
It took after she took the not the popular vote because she didn't get voted for. After she took the nominations and became the nominee, it took her 5 weeks to come out with policy.
Don't blink.
What is
I guess I'm
here?
Hi.
Yeah, dump that milk in the slot bucket. I gotta go down there. I'm gonna go and do buckets in a minute.
You know, we live in pretty. I mean, you know, our whole generation, we lived through a lot of history. You know, I mean, if you sit back and think about it,
we're old.
you know, yeah, we're old, but I mean, we lived through things like the Berlin Wall falling.
Yep.
The crumble of the USSR.
Yep.
To the rise of Russia. The Space Shuttle Challenger. All of the Oklahoma City bombing. 9/11. You know, depending on when you were born with Generation X, the Vietnam War, you know, brothers or parents being over in Vietnam or coming back from Vietnam, Desert Storm, Iraqi freedom, all of that. Arizona went back to being pink, you know, banning of different books and.
So I'm a zillennial. I was born in '82, so I didn't quite reach the X, but I'm a brand new millennial. So I consider myself a zillennial. I think anybody who knows what it's like before and after internet
Mm-hmm.
falls into the X.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an ambassador.
Ambassador.
Well, we're what we're the last generation that knows what life was like before the internet.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Yes.
old. We're older than Google. We're older than cell phones. You know.
So here's a funny joke. You like Mountain Dew Baja Blast? It just turned 20 years old.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Huh. Yeah, Arthur said, think about what his generation's witnessed. I mean, assassination after assassination, for one. Um, you know, at the end of the day, we're as far as age for countries, we're still a baby.
Young.
We're still a baby. You know. Um, Maine went to light blue.
Of course they did.
So Virginia
Maine
still.
still has one more county to report.
They changed it to a light blue, so we'll see.
Even if they changed it to light blue, it's going to be by a margin.
Mm-hmm.
That still puts out a call to say, hey, maybe you should look at this.
Mm-hmm. Geeky Garden says he's older than rocks. This is another one of those history in the making elections. Last time it was our first, excuse me, first female vice president.
Yep.
You
know, now we've got a possibility of a female president.
You know, but that ticked me off. Like, she was nothing more than a status. Like, it was just, well, we need a woman to come, and just.
And a woman of color he picked.
Mm-hmm. he's still.
It's a demographic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a demographic for votes. The votes were because of who he chose as vice president.
Yeah.
I don't think it was necessarily for Joe Biden directly.
No.
But they're like first woman vice president, first person of color. You know, let's vote for them. It happened with Barack Obama as well.
Yeah.
I voted for Barack Obama the first time.
Yeah.
Like I said, the Jersey work that he did,
Mm-hmm.
he convinced me. Not anymore.
Nope. Welcome to my rock
Reason why he
garden.
got kicked out of the military.
Well, he,
Forced reduction.
you know, Obama flipped. He said one thing and did the complete opposite.
Absolutely.
You know, so I think he got a lot of people that way. Which I don't understand why he got a second term, and it was probably because of who he was running against. I think if he would have been running against Trump the second go around, he would have been a one-term president, or somebody strong like Trump. It's like I tell everybody, I believe in my heart that Trump has the potential to be another Ronald Reagan type of president. You just gotta not let him talk. Take his phone away. Do not let him be on Twitter.
So when he got shot, right? You came within millimeters of being a dead person.
Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, by the grace of God, he lived.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And lived for a purpose. When he was down there with his hands here, thinking, I just got shot, but I'm okay. Do you think he had an epiphany like somebody's on my side?
Maybe. He probably should. He should have. If he didn't, he very well should have. It literally, when it boils down to, if he wouldn't have turned his head, he'd have been a dead man.
Yep.
And as anybody knows, that's one of the risks that you take when you're trying to take a headshot at a distance. All it takes is for them to turn your head, and you can go from a dead shot to a missed shot.
Somebody died,
Yeah.
Somebody in the crowd got shot.
Yeah, and they died. And, I do not...
From a biblical standpoint, I think leaders are chosen for a reason. And though we have control, or think we have control through voting, there is control beyond our control that will lean one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, it looks like she may be gaining a little bit in the popular vote. She has gone from 46.2 to 46.3, and Trump has went from 52.5 down to 52.4. So we may be seeing some more states being called here in the next 20-30 minutes at around 11 o'clock. So I'm very impressed right now, though, but because we have two people in the chat that are claiming that they're older than rocks, and those people are usually in bed by 5-6 o'clock.
They have dinner and go to bed.
They have dinner at like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they're pretty much those boomers. They go to bed. No, 5-6 o'clock.
Art said, I don't know who advised Trump to try to make jokes, but he's never been that type of guy. I have followed his career for decades. That's one of the things about Trump, like, at least the first time around. The second time, they just bombarded him with trying to keep him in court. But the first time around, there wasn't that much dirt that hadn't already been. the man has been high profile since the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And it's any dirt that he's ever had has been
out.
in the public eye. Like, you know, the stuff with Stormy, whatever her freaking name was, like, everybody knows,
Stormy
like,
Daniel.
yeah, Stormy Daniels. Everybody knew what that was. The man has a bad mouth. He locker talks like every other guy that exists. I mean, these kind of things are not.
I don't locker talk.
Whatever. We've actually developed the ability to take numerous naps. My cat pack goes by my schedule.
Well, let me ask you this. What's your opinion on this, Patrick? He wins. And then those far left judges sentence him to go to prison.
Well, that's another trick up the sleeve.
Yeah.
Right, that's why they haven't.
3, 4 felonies. They can put him behind bars, and he can be a president from behind bars. He'll have a square office.
Yeah, that's what the 46th Amendment's for.
But he'll also have the power to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he allowed to pardon himself?
No, he can't pardon himself. What'll happen is if he goes to prison, he probably has to invoke the 46th.
JD takes over.
JD
pardons
takes over,
him.
pardons him, and he walks right back
And
in
he
the
walks
front.
right back in the front door. Gotcha.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I trouble you for some more tea or get out of the way? And I'll
So yeah, we don't know what's going to happen with that either.
Mm-mm.
He's been convicted but not sentenced.
Which they did on purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on purpose.
Yep. It's going to be, you know, there's a lot of unprecedented things that could happen this go around that's never happened before. You know, we could have somebody win the presidency and all of a sudden he's in prison. You know? So then does that keep Biden in office longer and then they invoke the 46 where he turns it over to Harris?
No, he'd have to turn it over to the VP because he would have the right to transfer the power to him.
Oh, Trump just got another one. He jumped to 204. Who did he get? Who did he get? He had Utah, Wyoming, Montana, Kansas. He got Kansas.
He did get Kansas.
Uh-huh.
We're past the 200 threshold.
Yep.
66
more. $66 more. Arthur said if Trump is declared winner, we may end up with a lot of tribunals. Thank you, baby. So, to be honest, this Geeky Gardens, to be honest, I've had a D on my name since 1972 when I registered to vote, as that was the only way to have a say in Florida back then. Things have changed, and I've decided to change that D to an I. Yeah. The only reason why I have
changed so much.
The only reason why mine has an R is because here, if you declare an independent, you're never voting on anything. Carol did that this go around in the primaries, and she literally got handed it was 2 questions, and that was it. I think as an independent in a primary, if you're independent, you should have both parties on your ballot, so you can vote for whoever you want to. Um, but it doesn't seem to work that way. You know, one of the things that I was really aggravated with this electoral cycle is when we had our primaries, they had questions on the ballots that were geared toward Republicans, and a completely set of questions that were different that were geared toward the Democrats. Like they knew how those people were going to answer. Like on the Republican ballot, one of the questions was, would you have, uh, do you think that the World Health Organization has the right to tell you how to mandate your health care?
Yes.
Everybody
I got
on
the
the
same question on my ballot.
every Republican's going to vote no on that one.
Anything that has a world in front of it,
Yeah.
it's a no-go. This is America, not the world.
Yeah.
Mine was weird, though. My ballot, all the nominees or the people you were going to vote for kind of switched back and forth. So the top one was Democrat, the next question was Republican, and then Independent, and then Republican, and then Democrat. So the top choice of each section was offset and not the same. So people would normally go in, see your way through, and if they did that, they'd be voting for more Democrats than Republicans. But they offset it. It's kind of weird to me.
Yeah. What do you think about? This is one of the things that I think that needs to be changed in this country. If you look,
Trump's got 10 now. Just took something. Trump just got 210 votes.
Yeah, he got Kansas.
Kansas.
Yeah. Oh, and he got Iowa.
And Ohio.
Oh, he had Ohio for a while.
I know, it's just crazy.
Yeah. But here's the thing. If you look on the ballot, for president, does it show you who? No. Right now, it won't show me who all the other candidates are. But you had Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, Chase Oliver, Jill Stein, Robert Kennedy, and then it has other candidates. I know there had to have been 10 or 12 people on there for Green Party, Libertarian Party, Independents, all this. When they do a presidential debate, if these people are on the ballot, they should be a part of the debate. Because I think there was a couple of times this last time with Trump and Biden, if they would have put the independent on the debate stage, I think he would have mopped the floor with both of them, and we'd be in a whole different scenario with our country right now.
I think we'd be in a whole different scenario if they had another primary. If they had another primary that got voted for by the American people, more than likely that candidate would be the winner of this election.
You think?
100%. Because they got to choose who their nominee was. They were force-fed Kamala. They didn't have a choice. Nobody had a choice.
That's true.
Which is illegal in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Very
not
illegal.
valid.
Yeah.
But if they held another primary, they would have been able to choose somebody they wanted as a nominee. I guarantee that nominee would have won the presidency. Do you know why they didn't? Money. They'd already spent all the money for the Harris and Joe Biden campaign. If Joe Biden seceded and it went to the next nominee, the party would have to return all that cash back that was donated to them to the people who donated. That money was long gone.
Yeah.
That is my opinion why Harris is the nominee. It's because they kept it in that party but they already spent that money.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
That's just my opinion. Don't block me.
Trump is back up to 52.5% with the popular vote. So she's at 113. New Hampshire still hasn't reported in as done. Maine's not done. Virginia's not done. North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Right now, President Trump, if they all stay pink, President Trump would win Minnesota, Wisconsin. Michigan is now pink.
What?
Michigan is now pink.
So I'm looking at Michigan now. There are 4 major cities. 5 is Marquette, Grand Rapids, Clint, Detroit, Lansing. Now this is interesting because you know how catastrophes turn decisions.
Mm-hmm.
You know the water issue with Flint, Michigan.
Yeah.
They are red. They voted red. Now Detroit, Lansing, and Grand Rapids are blue. Marquette has not turned in their information yet.
When was the last time Michigan was a red state?
I'm going to find out. I'm also going to look into Flint as well.
Map's awfully red. He needs 60 more to win. So out of these states that are pink,
1988 was the last time Michigan voted for Republican.
when?
1988.
19,
I think it's May.
they went Reagan, huh? Which he only needs 60 more electoral votes to secure the presidency. Out of right now, the ones that are pink are Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. He's obviously going to need more than one of those states to pull it off. So if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, does that give it to him?
I don't know. Is that barking from your side or my side?
Mine. That's Gizmo
Okay.
barking at Robin. I think if he wins Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, he may pull it off. Minnesota would be nice to have. Wisconsin, Michigan would really be nice to have. He almost won back in 2020. Did he win? He almost won Michigan then too, didn't he? I think.
I don't recall. I'll go sleep by then.
So, we got about another 8 minutes, and the numbers will probably change again. Because it'll be 11 o'clock. California and them should be reporting in by then, right? That's when they close.
Yeah, they close at 11. All the West states close at 11.
Yeah. So we should see what really happens. He'll probably win Idaho.
You are the hoe.
You know, so how many electoral votes does he get from Idaho?
Looking it up now. Electoral votes by state. Distribution. For Idaho,
Mm-hmm.
4 votes.
4. How many does he get in Georgia?
Georgia
That's
is
6?
16.
16. Okay.
Pennsylvania is 19. North Carolina 16. Yeah, if these go red, it's pretty much done deal.
Yeah.
Which would be fantastic.
Yep. Yeah, Geeky Garden said he'll definitely win Idaho.
So I'm still surprised that Nevada hasn't reported anything yet because their vote was tallied at 9%. They must still be voting in lines.
Has Vegas report? Well, you can't even. They haven't done anything yet.
There's no information.
So, how's Pennsylvania doing? Is that county done yet?
Pennsylvania's still looking good. Alaska had 3 votes as well. And if they had Hawaii.
California gives her what, 20 some, 30 some?
California's a lot. It's 54 votes.
54. That would only, when she pulls California, that'll take her to 167.
Like she's trailing right now.
Yeah. And what about Washington State?
Washington is 12 votes.
12?
Oregon is 8.
She would have to take all of those and the ones that she has in light blue right now to come close.
Yep. So pretty much she'd have to take the remainder of the state in order to have a chance for the presidency. If everything goes red for Trump, it's a done deal.
Yeah.
Everything that's already considered red at the moment. Or pink.
Pink, yeah.
Michigan, though.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one.
Well,
because don't they call that like the blue wall right there? Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, and it was Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
You know, he's already.
Iowa was red.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa's a done deal.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's already flipped some of the ones that are normally blue. So it would not be surprising for Michigan and Pennsylvania to flip.
What's this say as a nation, though? People are ready for change. They're tired.
Yeah. Geeky Garden says California, Oregon, and Washington State will go to Harris. Pennsylvania and Michigan will probably decide things. But even if she pulls Washington, Oregon, and California, which is more likely she will, that still keeps her under. She'll still be under 200. All right, because you said California was 54? That would make her 167.
Yeah, 54 votes.
167. And then what was Washington State? It's 12.
Washington was 12.
So that takes her to
Oregon
178. What was it, Oregon?
8.
8. So that would put her like, what, 190 something? So she's going to have to pull more than those three. She may have to clear the board.
So what's in line for 2025?
We are transforming into just being empty nesters. You know, Robin and I were thinking about starting another channel called J Rob's Adventures. Because we were thinking about getting a little RV or taking a full size van and turning it into one. You know, but we started pricing these things, and some of them are as close to a brand new one or a decently used one as much as I paid for my farm.
Yep.
And I looked
So we
at
bought that fifth wheel in 2019 before COVID hit.
yeah.
You remember the fifth wheel that we brought out there?
Mm-hmm.
We paid, I think, $8,500 for it.
Yeah.
And now the dealer still calls me and says, "Hey, you want to give up that fifth wheel? We'll give you $25,000 for it." Like, it sounds nice, but I won't be able to get another one at a cheap price.
Yeah. Geeky Garden said this is going to be close, folks.
It is.
Let's just figure out a way to work together to move forward regardless of how things turn out. Amen. Amen.
So are you looking at downsizing and reducing your herd and reducing everything like that?
Well, we were. Because like we helped out that young family that we helped out with. We got them started. We gave them piglets so they could get started with pigs, and we told them that we're probably going to get completely rid of all the pigs, and we want a minimum guarantee us 2 piglets a year to raise in the summertime, so then that way we can process on them in the fall and be done with it.
That's some pigs.
But one of the things that Robin and I started looking at was, because you never stop being a parent.
Right.
It's literally, I'm sitting back now going, if we continue on this trajectory that we're on with inflation and everything, then my kids might not be able to afford to eat. And all of them are going...
They might not be able to get a home.
Right. And all of them are leaning towards professions that make a lot of money. You know, Ladessa's looking at becoming a veterinarian. Both Blaze and Carol are leaning towards psychology, to being in the medical field. Okay, 11 o'clock, more reported in.
Boom! California and Washington. She's at 179 with those two. Trump is still at 214. This was not a surprise. We knew she was going to take those. Those were as blue could be. Those were like her Montanas and Dakotas. You know, Surviving in Alabama asked, "What's up, guys? So is Trump going to win Georgia or what?" I hope so. In my county alone, the last time that we looked, he had almost 80% of the vote. So 90% of the vote is in for Georgia. And Trump is ahead by 152,000 votes. It's a lot.
So he very well will probably take Georgia, which is good. My state needs to return back to being red. Because I told Robin that was one of the things. If we go blue again this time, that we were going to have a very serious conversation of heading towards a deep red state. Um,
My parents live in upstate New York. I told them already if Harris wins, they really need to consider leaving the state.
mm-hmm. I don't know how. And look, it is nothing against the Democratic Party, but they tend to have very high taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And right now we have a Republican governor, and he's got our budget balanced that we always usually end up getting a second check at the end of the year because he gets everything paid and then has this big surplus and he pays it back to the taxpayers. You can get a couple of $100. May not seem like a lot, but at the end of the day, to me, that speaks volumes. That he's able to have the budget balanced like that to where he can do that. He has that option. But there's a reason why there was this mass exodus out of California and out of New York is people couldn't afford it anymore. People couldn't afford it. And so if Georgia ends up flipping blue consecutively a lot because our property taxes have doubled and tripled here because of inflation and everything. If that continues to happen, I would like to go to Montana or the Dakotas. Robin's not happy about it because of how cold it gets.
Yeah, I'm not down for the cold.
But at the end of the day, it may be that may be the only place where we can afford to live.
So North Dakota, my daughter and her husband live up in North Dakota. And in the wintertime, especially last winter, it got down into the negative 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And their monthly bill was $1,500 for heat.
Jeez.
So I'm looking at Oregon. Very interesting. You got Portland, Salem, Eugene, and Bend, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Bend hasn't reported yet, but the other three are all blue. Every other county in that state is red. And because of those cities, they're swinging blue.
Yeah, Oregon's a light blue. Looks like Nevada. No, Nevada's still gray.
Still gray. Which is odd because their votes were supposed to be done at 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's Vegas. There's probably still voters in line right now.
I want to know what's going on in Pennsylvania, in my state, and Virginia, that they have not called it yet.
Closed it yet. Pennsylvania still has one county not reported yet. Georgia has 3 counties not reported yet.
Numbers changed a little bit with the popular vote. He went back down to 52.4%, but she stayed at 46.3%. Yeah, see, Arthur said he stopped traveling too. He's staying in the woods in Mississippi. And that was just one of the things that we got to looking at. We've got the land. Fox is saying the suburbs of Atlanta are too close to call.
Georgia, it's Peach County, County, Eccles County, and Brooks County that has not reported yet.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Eccles, Clinch.
Clinch, yeah. So,
Clinch is Lakeland or Homerville.
yeah. Did you hear what I said about what Surviving Alabama said? They said that,
No, sorry.
Fox News is saying the suburbs of Atlanta is too close to call. So that would be Gwinnett County, dadgummit, begins with an F. I can't remember it right off the top of my head.
You got Fulton, Douglas,
Fulton.
Spalding, Dilcall.
See, I think he may pull Fulton County this go around because there was a lot of black folks out of Fulton County saying they were going to vote for him because the current administration didn't made it harder for them, not easier. But you
The
know,
current administration has made it harder for everybody.
yep. And so, I would like to see some of those Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan close it out. I would like to see that happen. See which way they go.
So North Carolina's tallied. All the counties have turned in. They're making the final counts. That should be turning over here shortly.
Yeah. I wonder what's going on with New Hampshire. Why hasn't that turned blue? That should have been like a no-brainer. You know?
Well, it's the same way with Maine.
Mm-hmm.
Majority of the counties are red. Manchester and Nashua are blue. So Maine still has one county that has not reported numbers yet. So Maine has only reported 19% of their vote.
Well,
New Hampshire is 54%.
how's Pennsylvania doing? They still waiting on that one county?
Pennsylvania's looking in the red with a lead of 182,000 votes.
That's a pretty good lead.
That's a good lead. There's only one county left to report.
In Pennsylvania?
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering what's going on with Nevada.
Mm-hmm.
Odd thing, Hawaii reports their numbers before Alaska does.
Really?
Yep. Midnight Hawaii reports, and 1 a.m. Alaska reports.
I think it'll be over by then.
Yeah. Alaska has 3 electoral votes. Hawaii has 4.
Yeah.
You still awake?
Who, me? Yeah, I'm still awake.
You look like you're falling asleep.
Minnesota flipped a Senate seat red. So here's the thing. That's the second seat that got flipped red tonight. Because I think somebody else reported that another one flipped. If we...
majority.
Huh?
You need 50 seats for the majority in the Senate.
Right.
Republicans are at 48 seats, and the Democrats are at 39. So Democrats actually lost one seat, and the Republicans gained one seat.
Mm-hmm. So if we walk in, if America has Trump as the president, and then the Republicans have the majority in the House and the Senate, we might be able to. Ohio flipped one red. There you go. Thank you, Surviving Alabama. They might be able to put a, if they work together and Trump doesn't go on a witch hunt, and he does like he did in 2020, you know. What do you think about his claims of being able to end the war in Ukraine like 10 days after he wins this election?
So you saw the Ukrainian leader talking with Trump about 3 weeks ago. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He came down to Florida and spoke with Trump,
Mm-hmm.
the leader of Ukraine. Zelensky's his name.
Yeah.
Don't like the guy. Anyway, why would you talk with Trump? Because Trump is the key to stopping that conflict. I think you're going to see some territory be redrawn down to Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine. And you remember Crimea?
Yep.
They went to Crimea. They had a local vote. And Crimea decided they wanted to be a part of Russia versus Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And now Ukraine is bombing their own
people.
Previous.
Yeah.
And so there's a waterway there. All their fresh water that went to Crimea, the Ukraine actually filled that waterway with concrete so they couldn't get fresh water anymore.
Yeah.
Like, why would you do that to your own people? And technically, they're all Soviets by heritage.
Yeah.
Why would you do that to your own people? So, not to mention the fact that $48 billion that's gone to them so far.
Yeah.
Where is that?
I'll tell you exactly where it's coming from. Our paychecks.
Yeah, and that's why we work till 16 April
Mm-hmm.
for the government. Sorry.
Surviving Alabama said, dry up the money and make a deal with Putin to keep Ukraine out of NATO and done deal. Also make a deal with Zelensky to testify against all who are on the take in the U.S. government.
So that's another thing about NATO. Why did it exist after Russia fell?
Yeah.
The whole point of NATO was to protect the European states against the USSR.
Mm-hmm.
But they kept it on.
Why?
And why the push for Ukraine to be part of NATO?
Mm-hmm. Well, look, wasn't it Finland and Norway just joined this year? This here recently?
Yep, Norway did. I'm not sure of Finland.
You know? Oh, man, I don't know what is going on with his eyeball. But, I mean, it is what it is. But.
All right, BRB. The pop.
What?
My eyeballs are yellow.
Oh. As of right now on the map, Vice President Harris stands the possibility of taking Maine, Virginia, New Mexico, and Oregon. President Trump stands a chance of taking Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona. Undecided completely is still Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii. She has 179 electoral votes. President Trump has 214. She has 48,422,022 votes, which is 46.6%. She has gained ground there. She was 46.2, 46.3. So she's gaining ground, and which means President Trump is losing a little bit of ground. He's at 54,108,152 votes, which makes him now only at 52.1%. He was 52.5%. But because California and Washington State came in, that really adjusted those numbers. Right now it's 11:19 East Coast Standard Time. You're going to say Surviving Alabama is reporting that Fox News is saying that she takes 2 in Maine and he takes 1 from Maine. Okay, President Trump just went to 230, which means he won North Carolina. President Trump won North Carolina. So he flipped North Carolina, which we kind of knew that was going to happen because of what happened in western North Carolina with how everything was handled with Hurricane Helene. So President Trump needs 30 or 40 more electoral votes to win. If he takes Georgia and Pennsylvania, he'll need 1 more. So I don't know how at this particular point in time, I don't know if I can see a path for her to take the White House, especially with Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and Arizona all leaning red right now. So it's now pretty much a waiting game. This is going to be the hard part, the final real stretch here, and just literally waiting on little things we got, But again, I want to re-emphasize here, if President Trump wins, things are not going to change overnight. Things are not going to gas is not miraculously going to go down to $1.60, $1.70 a gallon overnight. When we started this live stream 4 hours ago, let me see if I can open up another thing here. Let me go like this. I can't pull up the national debt clock right now.
All right, back to the little girl's room. Anything happen?
Yes, North Carolina.
Yes!
What's going on, Kim? That's very interesting that I cannot pull up the national debt clock now.
Megan's happy.
So I cannot pull up the national debt clock right now. It has a big advertisement in the center of it, and I can't pull it up to look at it.
It's usually on the Drudge Report. Remember OAN? One American News? They would show it on their news pages on their show. It's a 24-hour news network.
Uh-huh.
They would show it every 15 minutes. The ticker.
Yeah, I have this big Great Escape ad in the middle of it, and I can't close it out. But right now, it's saying the national debt. Remember when I said it's getting very close to flipping to 36.
Well, for me, with BRICS and losing the petrodollar, I think we're at past the point of no return with debt. We're only going to incur more because inflation is going to go up.
Yeah. Let me interrupt you. We got new numbers. She got Oregon, so she's at 187. 187 to President Trump's 230. She's gaining in the popular vote, though, too. She's up to a cool 47% of it, where Trump went back up to 50. He's now at 51.7%. He's got a 6 million vote lead in the popular vote.
Yep.
So as of right now, I'm sitting here looking at this map and trying to think. I don't know if she necessarily has a path to the White House now, unless she's able to make Michigan go back to blue.
That's what they said last time.
Yeah. And this is where the it comes in. We're still waiting on Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on my state, Georgia. Those two and Virginia, those three should be done. Because
yeah, it looks like Kamala in Virginia.
Yeah.
For sure.
How is it that a state as large as California? I mean, not unless did she just win by a huge landslide in California?
I'm looking at California now, and all the major. Well, this is interesting. San Francisco, Sacramento, Los Angeles, San Diego, all voted blue. Redding, California, and Fresno, California, voted red. There are at least 20 counties in California still haven't reported their numbers yet. But because the numbers are so overwhelming in the cities, they're automatically assuming that it's a blue win. So only 18% of the vote has been counted for California. And they're already projecting she's going to win
Arizona and New Mexico still seem to be a toss-up. New Mexico keeps flipping. 1 second I look down at it, it's blue. The next second I look down there, it's red. So that's going to be quite interesting. President Trump took North Carolina.
I know, I've been watching.
Oh, you watched him do his happy dance?
Yes, I almost peed myself. He had to get up and do his little jig.
Yeah.
She's closing in, huh? Here we go.
It's crazy. North Carolina went red.
Yep. I need to see Georgia turn red, but they said that Georgia and PA are so close. They're not going to count it until everything is physically.
Yeah, it's the couple of counties on the outside of Atlanta that's so close it's making them not call it.
So Georgia, 91% of the vote has been counted. And Donald Trump is ahead by 137,000 votes.
Oh, no, I'm back. I had to go fill some buckets for the ferment's not
If he pulls Michigan, that's, to me, that's huge.
Well, they said everything that we've listened to says usually Michigan and PA vote about the same. Like if Michigan goes blue, Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania goes blue.
So Michigan has only reported 34% of their vote.
Yeah.
Minnesota 25. Wisconsin 67. Pennsylvania is 77%.
Yeah.
So really, Pennsylvania and Georgia should be the next ones that we should really get some numbers from.
They should be popping in.
Yeah.
And then Nevada still hasn't reported anything.
Looks like Scott is back in the Senate in Florida.
Yeah. Here's the thing that I get frustrated with our current leaders and everything. It looks like the Republicans are going to take the Senate this go around.
Really?
We're going to have the majority. Yeah, they done flipped 2 or 3 seats.
They are 1 seat away from majority.
Surviving Alabama said he was in Michigan 2 weeks ago, and it's close just by talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
People that he talked to, it's close. And so if she wins, but she has a Republican Senate, nothing's going to get done.
No.
Because nobody knows how to meet in the middle anymore. Or and look, you can't really blame either party when Minnesota just went to light blue. Because they put so many of these dog-eared things on bills.
Did you see the Twitter or X or whatever that Elon Musk put out about the legislation that when because his big thing is to be on Mars. He said his goal is if he gets people to Mars, that when they have legislation there, that legislation will be like 1,000 words max. Not, he said there are bills that are longer than the Fellowship of the Rings. Like,
Yeah.
he's like, that there's no reason for this. They should be 1,000 words, get it done, be done, and that's it. Like, it should not be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't. He said, I can't smoke weed legally or get an abortion. I'm too old for that in either gender. Oh, she's creeping again.
What'd she just take?
192 to 230.
What'd she just take?
I think pot should be legalized.
She took New Mexico.
She did take New Mexico.
Yeah.
She said 192.
Yep. Okay, so if she takes Virginia, Virginia's what? How many? What is that? 14, 15?
Sorry, Virginia is 13 votes.
13. So that's going to put her over 200.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That'll
At
put her
205.
205.
Minnesota is 10.
215.
That's 215. Fox News is saying that she's going to take 2 from Maine and Trump will take 1. So that puts her at 217.
What's Nevada?
Nevada's like what, 4? It's going to come down to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
How many ballots is Georgia holding right now on the tables?
Hmm?
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
What do you think?
So how many ballots is Georgia holding on their tables right now?
I know, right? I was hoping he would pull New Mexico. But what?
Nothing. I was scrolling through Facebook to see what people were saying. I follow this page for UGA, and everybody's always picking on Beck and stuff. And this person was just being sarcastic and said, since critiquing a UGA player is frowned upon, I would like to compliment the Texas A&M UF secondary for their ability to securely catch errant passes that hit them in the hands.
So it's very interesting to see all these blue states, how many votes were for Donald Trump. Like percentage-wise, for Washington it was 38%. Oregon was 42.6%. California so far, almost 39% voted red. Colorado, 42% voted red. New Mexico, 46%.
Yeah, close.
So it's close.
So all these blue states that are always blue,
Or almost
the
not
difference
blue.
is dramatic.
They're almost purple.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Purple states.
Mm-hmm.
Geeky Garden says, but it looks like hunting and fishing are in our state constitution going forward. What do you mean by please elaborate on that?
They're protected.
It was something like that constitutional carry.
Because he's in Florida, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep, he's in Florida.
Do you think you should have to pay for a hunting permit?
I don't. I don't.
I don't either.
I don't.
It should be quoted.
I think
Don't
there
get me
should.
wrong.
I think you should be allotted, and I think it. Look, I'm all. I understand the reason why we have to buy hunting and fishing license.
Yeah,
I get it.
wildlife management.
Yeah, I get it. That's how you fund those things.
Yep.
But I also think, like I bought a lifetime sportsman's license for the state of Georgia. Now I got a discount because I was a veteran. Um, and I have it for the rest of my life. All I have to do is buy a duck stamp, migratory bird stamp if I want to do it, or a trout stamp. I don't even know if I have to buy a trout stamp anymore because I'm 100%. But I do think that I should be allotted, or just like a constitutional carry, you should be allotted to buy a nationwide hunting and fishing license. Because I think some of these states take advantage because they know they got elk or they have salmon or they jack up the non-resident 3-day hunting license or 3-day fishing license.
When I was in Georgia 2 weeks ago, I was looking at a fishing license, temporary,
Mm-hmm.
for 1 day. It's $45.
Yeah.
Now, one thing they're also doing is these state parks.
Mm-hmm.
They're charging an arm and a leg to go into state parks. Grandfather Mountain in North Carolina is a national state park. $40 per person to get in.
That's crazy.
Park, a national park.
Well,
Paid for by our tax dollars, we got to pay $40 a person.
Well,
So what else is going on in 2025?
Well, like I was saying earlier, Robin and I are okay. Geeky Gardens finally came back. So we had an amendment making hunting and fishing the accepted way to manage wildlife populations of wildlife. It's the only amendment that passed. That's interesting. For 2025, Robin and I are just seriously preparing to be empty nesters. We are.
yeah, because at the end of 2025, Ladessa will be in her senior year of high school. And so we will be in a mad dash to get everything squared away so that when she leaves, because she's going to be foot out the door like Carol was. As soon as August hits, she's going to be gone, So
I think that, well, like I said earlier, Robin and I were thinking about starting J-Rob, and we were thinking about traveling and doing travel videos and stuff like that, and sharing things that we learned about different zoos or aquariums, or like one of the things that we wanted to do was to go to Philly and go to Independence Hall, let Robin see where the Declaration of Independence was signed, let her lick the inside of the Liberty Bell, let her do all the things that you can do in Philadelphia, stand at the Rocky statue,
From Massachusetts.
mhm.
And totally, but you start looking at the way things are going right now. Like, we looked at everything, and it was pretty much for us to be able to go to Philadelphia and see those things. And to have a little spending money, it was going to cost us about $3,000.
It's not cheap anymore.
And that's with us staying at my aunt's house. if something happened between now and time that trip happened where my aunt passed away, it would be more than that. You know? Oh, she jumped up. She just jumped up to 205. What did she get?
Oregon.
No, she had Oregon.
It was only 3 votes, so. Right? Because wasn't she 202?
No, she was 190 something.
Or was it Virginia?
Yeah, yep, Virginia. She got Virginia. So
Megan and I are going to Montana in January. It's our 15th anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
And we were married in Montana, but we've never been there. So when I was in the military service, living in Italy, we got married via double proxy by 2 people standing in our place in Montana. So we're going to go see the place we got married.
Surviving Alabama just said, he said, I go deer hunting in Wisconsin every year, and the tag and the license for 2 deer is $220. That's not bad for out of state. Nope, that's not bad at all. He also said, looks like they flipped another Senate seat in Pennsylvania. Also, I've been there, and it's awesome. By the way, right across from the Independence Hall is a plaque that says First Gay Pride Parade 1970 something.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yep, Senate has a majority. 50 seats.
So the Republicans have the Senate now.
Yeah, probably going to have more.
So if Pennsylvania's flipping Senate seats, they very well may go red. And if they go red, and it's like what they say, Michigan follows what Pennsylvania does, and Pennsylvania follows what Michigan does.
Well, the House is at 169 compared to the Democrat at 123. They're close to the majority. Should be the House.
What do they need for majority in the House?
218.
218, yeah. So you figure in the next 15 minutes it'll be midnight, and so Hawaii should be reporting, and maybe some of these other ones will be closing out, so we'll know. Anybody that's watching on the TV, what is the mainstream media saying right now about Michigan and Pennsylvania? That would be curious to know.
Where? Michigan?
Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. What's the mainstream media saying about those guys? Jason, as a veteran, you can get a lifetime pass to all national parks and wildlife areas. Take advantage of this. There's a lot of beautiful land out there. Yeah, that was one of the things that we were planning on doing with the whole J-Rob adventures. But again, huh? Yeah, we were
camping right there.
Free. Yeah, it's free camping right there, and it's. But you know, when the camper costs as much as your farm, I mean, for another $100,000 here, I can build 2 geodesic domes and quadruple the size of my square footage, and literally turn one geodesic dome into a commercial kitchen and big honking dining room, so that way when my kids come back with their families for a holiday meal, we can all sit together. No kids table.
Which is a sponsorship from Coleman.
Yeah. News Nation is projecting Trump in Georgia. And Georgia gives him what, 16?
I think that's what he's saying.
So Georgia's at 91% reporting. Georgia is 16 votes.
16, so that would take him to 246.
I am so happy North Carolina went red. I'm super happy.
He needs Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, or Georgia and Michigan, and another one.
So the numbers are updating for Wisconsin and Michigan. Donald Trump is ahead by
I didn't know that Roseanne Barr wanted Trump to win.
87,000 votes in Wisconsin.
Roseanne Barr flipped.
112 in Michigan. Ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roseanne Barr loves Trump.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
She's a contributor to the Daily Wire now.
Yeah, this short that I just saw come up because I was looking for stuff. She's talking to Tucker Carlson, and she's talking about God's in control. I'm like, what?
What happened to her?
I don't know. Something happened.
Her people turned against her and took her show away. That's what happened.
Well, she got canceled.
Because she said the N-word, right?
She had some comments to say about some real stuff.
Mm-hmm. She thought it was the 80s still, where she could hit stuff head on. Okay, so Surviving Out Alabama said News Nation is 247-204 right now. There's a lot of cheap campers out there. My mom gave me hers valued at $20K, but you can find them. So, I mean, it may be something that we look in, but right now, with the trajectory of how things are going financially, we started looking and going, if we keep going on this trajectory, are my kids going to be able to afford to eat? And we did not feel comfortable with the answer that we were having. So we decided, well, maybe we need to keep what we've got going here, build up our livestock, build up our dairy cows, and started, putting that money into this so that way, the kids can come down.
You're the backup plan.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way. With my parents and other siblings, they're welcome here. And that's the way I set it up. Is when we bought this new house, we got the extra space because that's what's needed in case something happened.
Mm-hmm.
So for those of you who didn't know, and you can obviously see we're not in a log cabin anymore, we sold that house at a premium price compared to what we bought it for, and moved to a cheaper county and bought twice the house for half price of what we paid for the other house. And so we went down on purpose to a cheaper county, to a poorer county, for better house and land.
Taxes.
We went from 2 acres to 3 acres.
Yeah.
And went from a wooded area to a pasture area. So I haven't done anything on my channel in quite some time, almost a year and a half. I'm looking at rebooting and getting back up again on Breakaway Homestead.
Yep. Financially and animal wise, hard to travel when animals need to be taken care of. Yep.
It's detrimental.
Mm-hmm. You know, but we're gonna set things up where 70-year-old Jason can still run this place. You know, at the end of the day, we started looking at what some of these campers were gonna cost, what the fuel was gonna look like costing, and it's like I could turn around and dump that money in this place to build a gym, put a sauna in here, and Robin and I could have a very happy, comfortable life and not go anywhere. You know?
Or say you buy a cheap property up in south of North Dakota
Right.
and use that as your vacation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
So-
you got something that doesn't depreciate.
Yeah. Surviving Alabama, Trump up about 200,000 votes in PA, 86% in. So Trump may take Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania and Georgia have been pink for a very, very long time. Pretty much most of the night. I think PA went to a light blue, once? Maybe twice?
Something
And it hasn't been back.
like that.
Be very interested to see what Minnesota does, because they went to a light blue.
So for Georgia, Clinch and Brooks County have not recorded yet.
Where?
Clinch and Brooks County.
Burke?
Clinch and Brooks.
Oh, Brooks. I was gonna say Burke.
Yeah, they're South Georgia.
Mm.
So it looks like, of course, Atlanta was blue. Augusta was blue. The Macon area was blue. Savannah was blue.
Mm.
But Athens was red.
I believe that. There's a lot of wealth in Athens.
So Clinch is Homerville, Georgia. Brooks is Quitman,
No idea.
the city of Quitman, and the city of Homerville.
I should have bought us ghosts.
I was gonna try to get your attention and send you out to go get some, but
Too late. Now.
yeah,
Midnight.
we're almost done here pretty soon. Okay, we got about 3 minutes. Who's supposed to be reporting in at midnight?
All right. Hawaii.
Yeah.
What
That's
about Nevada? What's going on with them?
it. Nevada was supposed to report at 9 p.m., but they'll keep the polls open as long as people are voting.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my guess. I'm sorry, Nevada was 10 p.m.
10 p.m.
At our time?
So we'll get the results. It's midnight. Let's see what Hawaii does.
Yeah, that's the one that you were thinking, right?
Yes. My money's on Hawaii going red.
Okay, Battling Market now says Trump has a 96.6% chance. 56-42 Trump with 87% in Wisconsin. So, huh? What'd you say?
That's what happened last time.
You know, at the end of the day, some of his campaigns were very simple, no-brainers. You know, ask yourself, do you want another 4 years of the same? And she kind of shot herself in the foot a couple of times when she was asked in interviews what part of the things that Biden rolled out, what she would have changed, and she said she wouldn't change anything.
Yep.
Where she was made the border guard,
Mm-hmm.
and then all of a sudden she wasn't. Like, oh, she was never in charge of the border. Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, if they had another primary, that person would have been able to go, I'll change everything.
Mm-hmm.
I have no relation to this presidency,
Mm-hmm.
and they would have won.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
So they shot themselves in the foot.
Yep, I agree with that. Mm-hmm.
You know, so who do the Republicans put up in 4 years? Because Trump cannot run again.
Why not?
He's allowed 8 years.
Well,
Oh,
the
if he
maximum number of year
wins.
president.
Oh, I thought
president
you meant
is
if he
10.
doesn't win.
Oh.
Vance.
So, 10 years, that's the maximum number of years they can be president.
10?
10. In a time of war, your presidency can be extended.
I gotcha.
So who do they put up next? You think, what's his name from Florida?
Oh, DeSantis.
DeSantos? I was really hoping, I was really very disappointed. He got up there on those debate stages and got timid. Turned right back around, went right back to Florida and started kicking butt again.
Yeah.
You know?
I think Ramaswamy will run.
Well,
I want to say your next female president would be Tulsi Gabbard.
Would be who?
Tulsi Gabbard. She's a representative from Hawaii.
Yeah.
Vance DeSantis. That's what I was thinking is Vance. Oh, she just got something else.
No, she had 209.
I just had two.
Of course, yeah, Vance is going to be up for presidency. So what he does in the next 4 years will actually shine on him or.
Right.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is Trump's ego going to let him shine?
I don't know.
If Trump was
There's
smart, if he was smart, he would.
Going, hey, is Trump going to make it 4 years?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The national average age of people dying is 79. Is there a possibility
He dies
Trump
in the
will pass away
presidency.
within the next 4 years?
Yeah.
He loves McDonald's.
I'm loving it.
You know, and that was smart, him doing some of those things, you know. And then, you know, what really helped him was Biden calling all of the people that vote for Trump garbage.
Well, I will say that a comedian who talked about Puerto Rico,
Yeah.
he is like the biggest satire comedian we can ever get for roasting anybody.
Like,
They should never put them up.
never.
Put him up in front of Trump people.
What about Tuberville? Niana said, I believe so. He is looking out for his kids.
This looks like Hawaii went blue.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, it does. That maybe that's what she won. Yep, Hawaii went blue.
But they're not showing any county results yet.
Probably all Honolulu.
So projecting by the percentages ahead of Kamala, Trump is ahead in Wisconsin by 4%, Michigan by 6%, Pennsylvania by 4%, Georgia by 2.5%, and Arizona is a dead heat.
that's crazy. So this election is important enough. Our neighbors are normally in bed because they get up super early,
Oh, up there.
and every light in the house is on right now.
It's still on.
Yeah. So even at that level, but they both, their education level is high school at best. And even at that level, they're still, invested enough in.
So Megan's a night shifter. She works from 6 to 6.
Yeah.
And she's got a friend here right now, and they're in the living room crocheting and knitting.
Yep.
Now her friend is making a Roseanne quilt.
Is there any of those
quilt on the back of
sausages
the couch where the granny wears?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He's making that.
Oh, that's cool.
He?
Yeah.
Paramedic?
Hmm?
Yeah, he's a paramedic?
You got that.
I don't know how. I mean, I don't even know how your wife can do it. The paramedic, EMT, and paramedics. I mean, their hands get beat up, almost as bad as a mechanic.
She's in a specialty group, and what she does is special emergency transport. So people who are on ventilators,
Yeah.
Yeah.
stuff like that, things that are attached to respirators. If they have to get transported, they have to be transported by cart or ambulance, by life flight, or by airplane. So she specialized into people from point A to point B.
And so your
as
dog
far as
is
I
real.
know, paramedic, she's not that.
Yeah. Your dog's really enjoying himself behind you right now. He's just going to town, boy. Did you hear me? I said your dog is really enjoying himself right now.
Leroy.
He's like, what? You call my name?
He was all kinds of into it. So.
Normally you have a blanket on the couch back there, and he hangs out back here. And he sleeps, paws up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lagatha does too. She's so pathetic. Lagatha's gotten to the point that she'll be sleeping like that. If she hears a noise, she doesn't even move. She just barks, turns her head, and like tries to do a deep growl bark. Like, don't make me have to get up.
That's it right there.
Yep.
He also runs like that. If he's dreaming, he'll run.
She does that.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he sleeps, right there.
Yep. Just like that. Mm-hmm.
He's not allowed in our room because he takes up the bed. And he snores louder than I do.
Lagatha farts in her sleep.
He does too.
It's just nasty.
What is going on with the numbers?
I don't know. I think we're really
Installed at this point.
Yep. Yeah, this is the point where they want everybody to go to bed.
Yeah.
This is the time everybody needs to pop a couple Red Bulls. Are there any of them sausages left?
I heard you the first time. I don't know.
I'm gonna go look. Do you want one?
I don't know. Maybe. I'm probably a little hungry still. Since we got nothing but sausages, we didn't have any salt, we didn't have any peppers or onions or potatoes, nothing. Just here, eat a sausage. He didn't even go in there to look. He just asked Ladessa. Ladessa fell asleep on the couch. He's like, hey. Oh, she just got another one. 210. Lagatha, be quiet. Yeah, this is when I'm normally in bed. Football championships, elections.
Did you feed that dog? There's not but one left with some onions and peppers in here. Do you want it?
No, go ahead. You can have it.
You sure?
Uh-huh. I'm positivo.
Because really, I'll just take this sausage.
Oh, I'm good.
Actually, I would do. I don't want the whole thing. I'm not as hungry as I thought I was. Anybody got any news reports from the television for us? Okay, she just went to 210. What was she, 209?
Yeah, she got one somewhere. I don't know where.
Maine, maybe?
But his didn't go up.
Mm-mm. Where did she get that one from?
I don't know.
Don't watch TV, author said. Going back. You know, we're starting to head in that direction also.
What?
I'm not really watching TV.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she just got 1 electoral vote. She's up to 210 now. Where did that come from?
Maybe,
That's what I was thinking.
but they haven't gone blue yet.
Reported yet.
Trump up in Michigan, 56% in. So, you know, I wonder if they're sleeping, if Trump and Harris, if they're just asleep right now.
Why?
And somebody's like, go take a nap. We'll call you when it, gets a little bit closer.
I'm willing to bet Trump sleeps soundly. Like, I'm willing to bet he shuts it off and turns it on like nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bet he can do that. He'll wake up in the morning. Oh, I'm president.
Really?
What?
You chew really loud. There's some crunchy peppers.
It was an onion.
Oh, but still.
You're a bully.
He's at the party in Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, what's his name posted that he voted in Texas
Who?
and then headed off to Musk and then headed out to Mar-a-Lago. So,
I mean, she successfully closed the gap.
mm-hmm.
You know. So. You want the last bite?
I'm trying to see if she's got enough to make it.
What?
Like, if everything goes blue according to her map here, I don't think she still has enough to make it at 270.
Well, she gets 16 out of Georgia. What we say, 20 out of PA?
You're backwards. Not for Harris.
Yeah, but I'm saying
If she gets Georgia,
yeah.
16.
Yeah. Trump's up in Michigan, 52-46 right now. Surviving Alabama says. All intent and purposes, he's very favorable to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. If he does that, he won. You know?
About to cue the Jeopardy music.
Huh?
About to cue the Jeopardy music.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But you know when he goes on like, yeah.
I wonder at what point does she call and concede?
She won't. She won't. Just like, I mean, did Trump ever truly concede? Like, did he actually? I don't think he did he?
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all in?
You never conceded.
Are y'all in for the long haul tonight?
This is officially the long haul right now. We're already there. I mean, the
Let's
last.
put it this way: our bedtime is usually 10 o'clock. We're committed now.
Yeah. We're supposed to be up in 4 hours.
5. Oh, yeah,
Well,
almost.
maybe we'll get to see the sunrise together.
Her lawyer will contact them.
Yeah, no, he didn't. Yeah, there's no way she'll. Just like I look to see what will happen if he wins, what the transfer of power looks like since he showed his butt leaving last time.
This is where I think that whole prison sentence comes into play. Because I don't think this is her only route to the White House. Because I don't think there's anything written that if the president-elect ends up going to prison before he's sworn in, what happens? You know? Or what happens if he dies before then?
Well, if he's elected, he should.
Yeah.
It should go to Vance.
Yeah.
You would think. But
That was one of the questions I have as Democrat. If Donald Trump were to pass away, would J.D. Vance automatically be the nominee? This was beforehand,
Right.
before the election. The answer is no. So why is Kamala the nominee?
Right.
That doesn't make sense. Because if you can't go one way, you can't go the other.
Yeah.
surviving Alabama, Georgia is 93% in, Trump by 2.
So Wisconsin is waiting on one county. Minnesota is waiting on, looks like 15 counties.
Ooh.
Pennsylvania has one county unaccounted for.
Pennsylvania's had one county now for the last 4 hours.
Well, Georgia has two counties.
They still have
In the
2
South.
counties. They've been at 2 counties for a
Yeah.
while.
And Nevada, who knows?
Who knows what's going on in Nevada? Well, we've got about 40 minutes before Alaska reports. And that should go to Trump.
Yeah?
Yeah, with its whole 2. Because it's all, there's still land out there that I don't think a human foot has touched.
Gigi Gardner says, not sure how this will end. Sure hope we can find a way back to work together, figure out how to work together going forward. We won't know for a while now. I'm not up for it.
I agree with that, Geeky Gardens. Most definitely. We got to, like I was saying earlier tonight, I do not believe the American spirit is dead. Not one little bit. Because you see it come out in times of need.
Mm-hmm.
Disaster. Good night, Geeky. Um, with this hurricane, 9/11, you know, if everybody would go back to behaving on how we were on 9/12, 9/13, 9/14, you know,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of this BS wouldn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I also think um, we need to, as a nation, we need to hold our press corps, we need to hold their feet to the fire. You know, this crap that they're doing now is ridiculous. Um, they've got to work their butts off and earn our trust back, or you're going to see more and more people rely on bloggers and other forms. Like one of my best news sources is Southern Prepper One on YouTube. His boots on the ground, because he's been doing YouTube just as long as we have, maybe a little bit longer. And because he was on Doomsday Preppers, the pilot episode, he got a little bit of a following, like quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been able to keep that following over the years. And so he's getting emailed accounts,
Yeah.
first-hand accounts of what's going on around the world and around this country.
Right.
You know, and you can't turn a blind eye to that.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't hurt that he's somewhat close to us, so the stuff that the regional stuff that he gets,
Mm-hmm.
or he finds
I
out.
love it when I get a word on the screen for Canadian Prepper, and every time it's, the world is ending.
Yeah.
What's going on now?
Yeah, I lost a little bit of respect for him because he has been so clickbaity. Because everything with him, you know, he used to be a decent channel to watch. You know, and now
They
it's
all are going to blow up.
yeah. Now it's you know, oh, we're all gonna die. You know, they're gonna launch missiles at America's mainland. You know, but then he stopped for a little while, and he started putting out halfway decent, reliable content again. But I noticed he picked that World War III mantle back up again. Arthur says, speaking of Alaska, if you know a Texan that always brags about how big Texas is, just tell them that we could always cut Alaska in half and make Texas the third largest state. I thought he was going to go a different route with that, with the cold. I thought he was going to make a penis reference.
Alaska looks small on a map because it's round. If you flatten it out, it'd be way bigger.
Right.
So I think we're probably going to get some number changes. They seem to bring them in at
the half hour.
The half hour and hour. And so we're about 2 minutes away from 0030. So, and happy Wednesday, everybody.
Yeah.
Happy Wednesday.
Hump day.
Hump day.
What?
So we should maybe Maybe see Pennsylvania or Georgia called. Arizona possibly called. You know?
Maybe.
I mean, right now she only has 2 light blues that are in her favor: Maine and Minnesota. She can't
Maine,
win.
she only gets what, like 2 votes?
2. They're saying Fox News said, oh, in New Hampshire. But Fox News said that because of the way Maine is, they kind of split up their votes,
Right.
their electoral votes. She's only going to get 2. Trump's going to get 1.
Yeah.
So that puts her at 212.
Mm-hmm.
I think New Hampshire gives her what, another 2, 3?
So I got MSNBC over here on the left,
Okay.
and just watching the faces of these people, like, it's gonna happen again.
I don't see her a path to the White House without changing some of these ones that are leaning red.
Right.
Heavily. And with Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia almost completely done, even if she pulls Minnesota and Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, I don't see her getting it. New Hampshire gives her 3. So that'd give her 215. You know. I mean, 270 is a long way away.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And he said, my screen went black.
Uh-oh.
They're coming to get us, haha. They're coming to take me away, haha. Coming to take me away, ho ho. Try to hit that link again, Bo. I really want to see Fox called Nebraska for Trump. Yeah, we had that one for a while. Right now, according to our map, Kamala Harris has won Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, New Mexico, Illinois, New York, Virginia, D.C., Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Vermont. Where President Trump has won Idaho, Utah, Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, North and South Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio.
Mm-hmm. He says back. There he is. There
Can
he
you hear
is.
me?
There he is. Yep. So let's
just went black.
yeah. Let's do some math. Okay?
Alright, shoot, I got paper.
All right, cool.
Yeah, like funny.
Maine, she can get 3 votes, right? If she's able to pull all of Maine. New Hampshire will give her 3. How many will Minnesota give her?
Minnesota is 10.
That gives her 13.
That's 16 total.
Huh?
16 total.
16 total. That gives her 226.
Mm-hmm.
How many for Nevada?
Nevada 6.
It's 22.
Total.
Mm-hmm. So that's
Yeah.
232.
That's 232. Those are the ones that she's projected to win and one we don't know about. Alaska's how many? 2, 3,
I think it's 3.
3. All right.
3 votes.
3. Yeah. But the problem is Alaska's never went red. Never went blue ever.
Mm-hmm.
Never.
So she's literally going to have to. What could she get for Wisconsin?
Wisconsin is 10.
10. That would only give her 242.
Mm-hmm.
Still not enough to make it.
Still not enough to make it.
Now she'd have to get Georgia, Wisconsin. Like it's coming down to it's what they've all said is it's going to come down to Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan.
They just Surviving Alabama says that the hack Carl Rove just said if Trump wins Pennsylvania, she has no path.
Yeah.
And the last time we
They
looked,
give Kamala the opportunity to let it sink in.
So, and Trump's leading in Pennsylvania, correct?
By like
2%.
2%. Yeah.
Not much.
Well, he's over 100,000 votes.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate that. It's just still, I have shell shock from 4 years ago.
Yeah, that's why it's 230.
What's the name? Fetterman? They voted for the guy with no style. Shows up in gym shorts.
Oh, yeah. My aunt was pissed about that.
What happened?
Looks like Bull from Night Court.
Yeah.
What
He
happened?
shows up in the guy who shows up in sweatpants and hoodies in
Oh,
Pennsylvania.
yeah.
So here's the cool thing, or maybe not so cool thing. I was not feeling well earlier today, so I didn't go to the gym, and I didn't go to the gym on Monday. I probably won't be going to the gym tomorrow because I'm gonna be exhausted. Which is kind of frustrating because we're getting into that time of year where new year, new body, new me.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to be in the gym and it's going to be packed. You know?
Yep.
So that's going to be fun.
We still got a month or two.
Yeah.
My hair is in the way.
Did you make that for Crystal?
No. Does it slouch? Yeah. It slouches. Carol will probably steal it. Somebody will.
You'll sell it. Yeah, well, let me see what it looks like to me.
So here's the odd thing. We're looking at Associated Press. That's beautiful.
I kind of feel like it looks like a condom on my head.
It's because you're not wearing it right.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
There you go.
So now AP, the report we're looking at shows Harris had 210 votes, right?
Mm-hmm.
On MSNBC, it shows her she only had 182.
Oh wow.
But it shows Trump has 246
Yeah.
electoral votes.
Well, by that one, she absolutely has no chance.
No.
On MSNBC, which I guess they're not reporting all the states.
AP is not.
Or somebody at MSNBC can't do math. You know?
It looks like they just haven't updated the ticker.
Yeah.
Because the map shows 210, but the ticker below it says 182.
So basically, we're all holding our breath for Pennsylvania right now.
And Georgia.
Both of them.
Well, he gets what, 20 for Pennsylvania? Isn't that what you said?
Oh, I said 16.
16.
Yeah, 16 there and Georgia.
So that would be 32. That would put him at 262.
According to MSNBC, 4 minutes ago, Trump wins Georgia. Has won Georgia's presidential contest, securing the state's 16 electoral votes.
Lord, I hope that's true.
So I'm most surprised about Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan, if Michigan goes red. Pennsylvania was playing,
Pennsylvania's been purple for a little while.
Yeah. Pennsylvania's been hardcore purple for years now. You never know which way PA is going to go.
So waiting on one county in Arizona. It's pretty much in the bag for.
Surviving Alabama said they might be fixing to call Pennsylvania. So.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are too close to call.
Yeah. You said we're waiting on what?
I don't have Alaska.
Alaska won't be till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's in like 18 minutes.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think the American people, I think it's just like what you said. If the Democrats would have been able to have their own election and their own primary,
Somebody not.
A secondary primary.
yeah, we would be looking at completely different numbers.
I agree.
But the fact that they got bullied into her and they don't want another 4 years of the same thing.
Yep.
Do more than what they did.
Yeah. But if they would have come out and like that, the black guy in the Senate right now, he was the Senate minority leader. I think even if they would have pushed him instead of Kamala, I think we'd be looking at different numbers. You know.
Yeah.
But we're alone again because he must have farted or something. So you said MSNBC called Trump win in Georgia. Well, that would put President Trump at 246.
That's what I have. I have under the MSNBC is what he was saying about the 180.
Well, now he's gonna type in the chat like he don't look over the camera and see I put him back on.
Carrie?
Yep.
Kamala campaign chairman just announced they are packing it up for the night. So that means we might not. They might be looking at it going, we're not going to get an answer tonight. So this is where all the hookuy,
Harry Carey.
all the shenanigans are going to start to take place.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because you go to bed and all of a sudden you woke up and she won Pennsylvania and Georgia and Michigan.
I'm trying to find what time all those votes came in the last election, so we can stay up to at least then.
Mm-hmm. Killing me, Smalls. I would feel better if the AP called Georgia like MSNBC just did 4 minutes ago.
They may be packing it if they know they're going to lose.
Maybe.
That's what I was thinking.
So you remember when Clinton lost, she didn't even bother to come out.
Nope.
She didn't get that glass ceiling.
She was not going to give him the satisfaction.
Well, and she'll be the same way.
Yeah. How's Wisconsin looking?
So Wisconsin has one county, Layton. He's got a 4% lead over Kamala Harris.
And how many electoral votes will that give him?
10.
is that in Georgia? That would be 26. That would give him 256. Arizona is how many? What did we say? 4?
Arizona's 11.
11? That would give him the thing.
Yeah, NBC says Trump's not packing it in. He is in celebration mode.
Yeah.
So they just announced over the news that Kamala will not be making a statement tonight.
Yep.
Yeah. Fox just called Georgia for Trump.
Yep.
But the AP hasn't called it yet. So. Turn it down so I don't get busted. Go get your earbuds. So if that would give him 246.
So they're still trying to figure out how Kamala can win tonight on these demographics on MSNBC. Well, if this happens and this happens, the sun doesn't rise tomorrow.
So with him having Georgia now, she would have to get Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Arizona.
NBC is saying Georgia and Pennsylvania too close to call. Of course, that was a couple minutes ago. So.
Fox News shows them as 248 on the electoral votes.
Trump up 136,000 in Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not peanuts. That's
probably going to see it flip on the AP in about 9 minutes when Alaska comes on. Hopefully. And it'd be nice if Pennsylvania registered too. What's mine?
Nothing.
You can go to bed if you want, babe. Just give me some more tea before you go. And right after Anderson and give me a ghost from the QT.
No.
I would say bring me my hearing aids or your buds so I can maybe peruse the news as well and it doesn't get heard. Oh. Yeah. Well, we've been
the
on this.
Disappointment on their faces is gratifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got 8 minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning.
I'm all hyped up on ET.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Niana said her head just bounced off the table. Arthur says he wonders how many illegals are staying up watching this. I wonder if we see a mass, if he wins, which it looks like he's going to do, if we see a mass exodus.
A reverse border crossing?
Yeah.
That's possible, I guess.
Because at the end of the day, one of the things that he said is true is that other countries were releasing their prisoners
Into our country.
into our country. Thank you, babe. So if that is true, and I was an illegal, I would be, knowing that I was going to be hunted here, I would be trying to bounce and disappear somewhere. Maybe go to our friends in the north and try to sneak across there.
I don't see the mass deportation like they're going to talk about. So if Trump gets in office, he's going to go after convicted first.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I'm all for immigration, but
Legally.
So I'm willing to bet he gives every person an opportunity to report and get a fair shake.
Yep.
I've got friends that are immigrants from Mexico. They've been in the country illegally for over 20 years, but they pay taxes just like every other American.
Mm-hmm. Open it up, let them serve in their military to earn their citizenship.
The federal.
Mm-hmm. Open it up, let them serve in the military to earn their citizenship.
That used to be the way to do it. So when I was in the military, when I was in the Navy, my first station was Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And about 60% of the population of the Navy people that worked there on my ship in the Pacific were Filipinos. And they were serving for their citizenship.
Yeah. Okay, so Lula, the chicken doula, just came in and joined us. She said, "Oh, still alive. Yes, ma'am. We are hoping to ride this out till we have President." Hey, D, you just missed Robin. I think she went to bed. Asked, has Georgia been called? Fox and MSNBC has called Georgia for Trump.
Did I hear you say D?
Yep.
Yes, Georgia's
Sorry,
been called.
I don't understand.
Oh, hush. You're not supposed to, you nosy.
It looks like Georgia has been called for President Trump. The AP has not called it yet. Maybe
Fox and MSNBC have.
But Fox and MSNBC has called it for. Now, the people at the AP may have went to bed. They may be part of the Harris camp.
The Harris camp.
And they just said, we're just going to go to bed. We can't deal with this headache.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I've actually refreshed my page thinking it was stuck.
And it was done?
No, I said I refreshed my page thinking it was stuck.
Yeah, I've done that too, like 3 or 4 times. I'm thinking it's going to switch here in 4 minutes when it's 1 o'clock. Because I think at the AP it's every 30 minutes. That's the way the pattern has been. Nevada. Look at there. Nevada is leaning red.
Mm-hmm. One of the things I was watching was saying that going to bed, stopping counting is against the law. Mm-hmm.
So Nevada's leaning red. However, Reno nor Las Vegas have reported their numbers yet.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the 2 main cities.
Peanut butter cardboard. Nothing better than peanut butter cardboard.
Let me try.
I know what your bites are like.
Do you now?
Yeah, you'll eat the whole rest of this thing.
No, I will not. Not cardboard. All right, we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
So I usually send Megan to work with a bagel every night. I make her cream cheese with honey. So it's 1 bar with 1/4 cup of honey and just throw it in the blender. And she loves it.
I bet.
So, D, I don't know if you know,
Biggest gender reveal I've been to. Now that was funny. Lord.
Because Dee's not on. Yeah, she's on Facebook, isn't she? No.
Not really. Mm-mm.
Well, the homesteading
Yes, we just compared it to divorce court.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out who we're going to go to.
Who
Mom
gets
or Dad.
custody?
Yeah, who's getting custody? The homesteading community lost a member today. Dee, I don't know if you saw that, but Sherry from Two Family Homestead passed away this morning.
I like crispy bread with cream cheese or laughing cow cheese. My other one that I like is avocado toast.
What's laughing cow
Avocados.
cheese?
It's just a brand.
Oh.
Oh.
There it is at 1 o'clock or right before. They called Georgia for President Trump.
246.
So he's at 246.
And he's 24.
So we'll see the results from Alaska, hopefully, quickly.
In about a minute. All three of those people voted.
Yes.
Yes, she was ill so long. 4 years.
We were talking about, it really started at like 2021 is when it really got, because she was here and then they went back up and then she started that in and out of the hospital stuff.
So if they call Georgia, they may be calling Pennsylvania pretty soon. What's Michigan look like? How many more we got left in Michigan? How many more counties left in Michigan?
Well, I'll check that in a second, but in Nevada, Reno just went red. Reno and Las Vegas usually line up with each other. So hopefully we'll see Las Vegas go red here in a minute. Is it Michigan?
Yeah, Michigan.
So 59% of the vote has been turned in.
Arizona.
Trump is ahead by 8%.
Oh.
So he's starting to pull away in
200,000
Michigan.
votes.
Where are we looking like in Arizona?
Arizona is accounted for. There's no counties. They're tallying the votes. So more than likely there'll be a red state.
And you said that was what, 10, 11?
Arizona is 11.
So I give him 57. And you said Nevada was also what, 10 or 11?
Nevada was smaller.
Okay.
6 votes.
6. So 61.
He's got to pull one of these big ones.
Yep.
Well, he's definitely going to get Pennsylvania.
You think?
So, percentage-wise, Donald Trump is sitting at 51.2, Kamala's at 47.8.
Yes. Surviving Alabama just said that got 90%.
90%.
Yeah.
He just got one. That's probably.
That was probably that main one. Maybe.
He's ahead by 220,000 votes
Yeah.
Oh, in Pennsylvania?
in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He's up by 5 million votes in the popular.
I'm surprised Alaska hasn't popped yet.
$247. Wonder where that one's got to be that one in Maine, because the last.
They just announced that polls are closed in all 50 states.
I knew everybody would turn up on election day.
We like that day of voting. We didn't trust many folk.
Mm-hmm.
PA waiting on completion of Philly.
Well, we know Philly's going to have a lot of blue votes.
Blue. Mm-hmm.
So that one had to be that one from Maine that they said earlier that he was going to get. Because Alaska's not showing anything.
Mm-mm.
And Alaska, what did you say Alaska was? 6?
Mm-mm. Like 3? Yeah.
3?
Uh-huh.
3, yeah. So that would take him to 250. Then he would need 20. So he's going to have to... Because what's Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania's 16. So he's going to need Pennsylvania and Arizona, or Pennsylvania and Nevada. But it'd be nice if he got everything that was in
Red still.
or everything that was in pink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So say it does stalemate. Who do you think Congress is going to vote into power?
Well, looking at the new Congress numbers.
Fox says that if he makes Pennsylvania and Alaska, that is 270.
Mm-hmm. 16 and 3.
16 and 3. 3 would give him 250.
Pennsylvania's 10. Okay.
Pennsylvania's 6.
Why does it say 19?
Is Pennsylvania 16 or 19? Patrick. Pennsylvania, is it 16 or 19?
19.
Yeah.
19, so yeah, that would give it to him.
Mm-hmm. No. It'd be 269. Speaker Mike Johnson went back in.
Back in where?
Was he elected back in?
I guess so. Who did you ever think as a kid growing up watching Donald Trump with all of his shenanigans and stuff when we were kids, did you ever think that he'd be president and you'd be voting for him?
No.
Mm-mm.
Straight up.
You
I
don't
like the show. I love watching The Apprentice.
Yeah, reelected.
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember any of the Reagan years, do you?
Reagan.
No, I remember as far back as Jimmy Carter.
You weren't alive for Jimmy Carter.
I was.
Not if you were born in 82.
Yep.
No. Reagan was later.
I remember Jimmy Carter coming up on the screen because I was watching The Wizard of Oz the first time on TV.
Mm-hmm.
You know how it was. And then it got interrupted by the president. And then Jimmy Carter's fate came up. That's how I remember that.
You said you were born in 82? This says he served till 81.
Yeah.
So maybe you just saw.
You might have just
his
saw
after
stuff
Maybe
because.
it's the Mandela effect. I was actually there.
I know as a kid under Reagan, there was a lot of patriotism. That there was definitely a lot of this so-called toxic masculinity at the time. Um, uh, and there was also a lot of hope. You know.
Yeah, it must be that it was Reagan, not Carter.
That's possible.
Yeah, because they look so much alike.
You're so mean.
Carter's still alive. He's like
No,
what?
he just died, didn't he?
When? No, his wife died.
Oh.
He's like.
Yeah, Carter voted. You're happy to vote.
Yeah.
Didn't look conscious, but he voted.
Yeah, he's 100.
He's at the point now where he can't even hold up his lower jaw,
Oh.
and so his mouth is just gaping open all the time.
Uh-huh.
So he's close. He's been in hospice for the last year and a half.
Yeah.
Gizmo, hush.
So. Oh, they got Alaska leaning pink, but they haven't called it. How could that even be close? How can Alaska? Did they name some bears and make them, some grizzly bears and make them vote for her? I mean, is that what the problem is?
They identify as polar bears, okay?
Okay, sorry. My bad. Speciesism. She's gaining a little bit of ground in the popular vote. She is up to 47.4. He's still at 51.2.
Supposedly he voted for Kamala.
Supposedly, well, he probably don't even know who she is.
Voting along those party lines.
So, I do not see her having a path to the White House now.
I
At
think
least
it's
not this way.
pretty clear that she gave up for the night, that she doesn't think she's either going to win or she's not going to have an answer. But I think she realizes she's not going to win.
Pennsylvania's got to be getting close.
Maybe she thinks that her vote too fairy if she goes to sleep. Ballots will come out underneath her pillow.
Maybe she's rubbing on that same crystal ball that Biden did. Just make everybody in America go to sleep so we can win. A lot of people said that they were staying up this year.
Mm-hmm. We're not.
We got 8 in here now, so.
Yeah. Got Kamala can't spell path to the White House. So I might go take a break and go jump in that cold water again. I'm telling you, I love my cold water therapy, Bo. Ain't gonna lie.
It'll wake you up.
No, doesn't really do that for me.
It's funny. He actually sleeps really well when he jumps in and jumps out and goes right to bed.
Go tell your daughter.
It makes sense because at night your body gets colder when you sleep, and then as the morning comes, your body temperature rises and wakes you up.
D just made a really good point because the Russians want Alaska back, and Alaskans need somebody strong to be able to stand up for that, be able to look at Putin and go, it's not happening. start making biscuits now, Surviving Alabama said. What do you mean by that? What am I missing?
Probably breakfast biscuits.
Breakfast biscuits? Yeah, probably.
Sausage gravy. Oh.
So, at what time last time did they have all the results in? You said you were looking that up.
I didn't find it.
Yeah, Kamala probably would hand it over to him. So, in all seriousness, now, I mean, it pretty much looks like he's gonna win. Um, and with that being said, is their trump card that sentencing now?
Awesome.
And is it going? And if they play that, because I don't know, there's nothing in our Constitution, nothing in the bylaws that states what happens from there. So do we start all over again?
No. If he gets voted in the vote with the Electoral College, it would go to Cheney Vance.
Right, but they don't verify the votes until January 6th.
Then who would be president? What do you mean?
It would basically be like, would they
So Biden's in the office until the 24th, right? I think that's when they do the.
yeah, I think so, yeah.
So votes would count.
Yeah.
AP Harris vote would count as well.
But if he wins, let's say they announce it tonight and he wins tonight. And they wait till Monday. They sentence him to prison on Monday and take him off to prison. They don't verify the votes until the first of the year. Because they
until the 6th.
Yeah, and so because they're still bringing in absentee ballots, stuff from overseas, da 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 da. That's their excuse.
Yeah, I don't know.
So really, it's not official until January 6th.
Correct.
So that means
That's when they put in the book, they collect them, and then.
Mm-hmm. That means if they sentence him and say, congratulations, but you're going to prison, what happens then? Does it automatically go to her?
I don't think it's going to happen.
Or do we have to start over again? Oh, there would be major repercussions in this country. There would be a revolt.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know if that would be something that they would want.
Yeah, well.
But people that want to stay in
I think
power.
we know which side will win.
People that want to stay in power will do dumb things.
They'll do whatever possible.
Mm-hmm. So, and I think they're purposely holding that. That judge is purposely holding that.
Right now, because you think the delays because they're holding.
Mm-hmm. I think that judge is
they're delaying.
Yeah.
The results right now.
No, I think they're holding. How did she go to 214?
Hawaii? Oh no, New Hampshire.
Ah, yeah, New Hampshire.
Finally popped.
Yeah. I think they're holding that till after tonight, or whenever this gets finalized. Let's see.
Yeah, so at this point,
Yeah,
it's
there's no
May and
Come on,
Minnesota.
we take him in prison over our current administration any day. That is true. We would. Only qualification is 35 and a natural born citizen. Correct. Um, but he cannot perform his duties if he's locked up. And that's where the 46th Amendment would come in. So would it automatically get
Kamala
hit?
has. Kamala doesn't have the vote. The max you can get at this point between Maine and Minnesota is 14 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So that puts her at 228
Mm-hmm.
with a closed everything. So Trump has a huge lead according to the map.
As long as nothing changes the way it sits right now, he's our president.
But the fact that Michigan turned red, or is turning red, is huge.
Yeah. Well, that I think that's probably where I don't know if this is going to stop them from playing that card, because if
From playing the it's too close card.
no, for them playing the dangling the whole you're going to go to prison card in front of him, and so we're just because you got to sit back and you got to kind of look at everything. It was already unconstitutional for her to be running anyway.
Yes.
Because nobody voted for her in. They appointed her in. Okay? And so that made it a shit show to begin with. And the fact that they did that it's not a far stretch for them to say, okay, because we're talking about the deep state here. Talking about them to say, well, you can't be president because you're going to Rikers Island for 2 years. And pulling that on one day.
I don't know if they're willing to take that risk because of what.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. But it would not make sense for them to do that, and for them to be able to think that they can remain in power with so many states flipping this time. Ohio flipped. North Carolina flipped. Looks like Nevada's probably going to flip. Pennsylvania is going to flip. Michigan looks like it's going to flip. And Wisconsin looks like it's going to flip. So if they all flip, and even if she pulls it out and wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, or even Arizona or Nevada, these races were all so close that I don't feel like they would risk something like that. D says J.D. Vance would be sworn in as 48. Surviving Alabama said that's it. Fox just called Pennsylvania. For Trump, if he won Pennsylvania, that's the end. That's the ball game, right? Because they're 19. He'd be still just a little bit shy.
He'd still be shy.
Yeah.
Fox is now saying Trump's going to be speaking here soon.
Hey,
What about
Robin.
Barron Trump? See the size of that kid?
What kid?
Barron Trump, their son. Just turned 18. He's like 7'2".
Really?
Yes.
So Fox News is saying that Trump won Pennsylvania and that he's about to speak. Can I get your earbuds so I can listen to?
They're out in the car.
Oh.
Oh wait, yeah, they're out in the car.
So, I mean, I would, if I was him, I wouldn't jump the gun, you know, but okay, let's run a rabbit here. Trump wins Pennsylvania. That gives him 19. That puts him at 260, what, 266? Am I right with my math? 267.
Plus, Alaska would push him over.
Okay, how would he be 267?
No.
9 and 7 is 16. Carry the 1. 4, 5, 6.
Hey, what's Felix? Okay.
He 266.
Yeah, it'd be 266. Alaska would bring in 3s. Would be one shy.
Yeah. Yo, what's 9 plus 7? I know it's late.
Well, Fox is showing 267 for Trump.
Decisions Desk HQ just called Pennsylvania for, I'm assuming, for President Trump.
Do what?
Fox News and Decision Desk HQ just called Pennsylvania.
For
Trump.
nice.
So, but the AP has not yet. So, in all honesty, he needs something else after Pennsylvania. How close is it to being done in Wisconsin or Michigan? Because either one of them.
Michigan is reporting 64% of the vote. Wisconsin's at 87%.
And Arizona and Nevada, either one of them get
Arizona,
close to.
51%. Of course, that's because the counties are so big. Phoenix and Tucson have not come in yet on the votes. Nevada, we're still waiting on Las Vegas.
Soon it will be time to watch the MSNBC meltdown, says Surviving Alabama. You said they've been having a stroke for the last hour, right?
Have you seen the David Chappelle skit?
Mm-mm.
SNL.
Which one?
You gotta watch that. It covers the first Donald Trump winning the presidency over Clinton,
Uh,
and he was invited to a Democratic Party uh, party, and he was the only guy like Trump's gonna win this, and everybody's melting down around him, and he's just laughing his ass off.
it is absolutely is what it is. Robin has my phone, so I don't know if the AP has called for Trump yet.
That's your
AP
left
is not
ear.
updated yet.
That goes on the left.
I only want one, so I can hear him. You can put the other one in if you're gonna hang out in here. Something just went badinga.
I called 214. Is that where she was at?
Yeah. Yeah, she pulled New Hampshire. So.
Alaska's 88% Trump.
Yeah.
I wonder why he's raising so much Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear yotes out there when I was out there.
That's funny.
Now
MSNBC has
um,
Kamala at like 194.
On the ticker, they have her at 194. But if you look up, if there's should be another demographic showing her at 214.
Okay, the Republicans control the Senate. The Republicans have 194 in the House to 162. MSNBC is losing their mustard over the fact that it's going to be looking like it's going to be a Republican president, a Republican Senate, and possibly a Republican House.
I can see Rachel Maddow right now.
Yeah, Democrats have 162 in the House. Republicans have 194. They're trying to get to 218.
She did not just say vibe with.
Yeah.
That's important for the trifecta.
they're losing their stuff over at MSNBC. What is
These people are possible. Real melting down. My non-binary niece is.
Huh?
I'm just reading. Thing is, these people are possibly really melting down. My non-binary niece is like, wow.
swing is definitely important for the trifecta.
I can't trust Matt
Looking good.
Al.
I'm having a hard time here, people. Y'all let me know if Trump starts talking and where he's talking at. So MSNBC is literally having a meltdown right now. You can put on that whatever if you want to try and find something else. Pretty much once they call Pennsylvania, when everybody agrees and calls Pennsylvania, it's probably pretty much a game over. Have you looked at Nevada lately to see how they're doing?
I have not. I wanted to send you this picture that I just saw online. I'll get there in a second.
Nevada's showing a 3.5% lead over her right now.
So I just sent you a picture on our chat.
I don't see it.
Look how red that is.
Where did you send it
Hold
to?
on.
It shows all the counties across the nation what they voted, red or blue, and it's a sea of red, which is these little blue pots.
Harris is gonna win Minnesota.
Here, I'll show it to you. And,
I'm trying to get the.
you see it on the screen?
Mm-mm.
Hold on. I can't. I don't know how his. You don't have chats on your phone, I don't think. Yes. Let me see that. Let me see the mouse.
The what?
The mouse.
So Wisconsin is at 88%. Trump is leading 4% ahead of Harris.
Well, Wisconsin. They just called Minnesota for her. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota for who?
For her.
For Kamala?
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Yes.
Yeah.
The vote count right now for Minnesota is 2 million for Trump and 1.7 million for Harris. That can't.
That's what they
Doesn't
just
sound-
said.
Trump's 58%, Kamala's 36% in Alaska. I mean, he's killing her in Alaska. Arizona's close.
Ted Cruz won election.
Yep, I saw that.
Nevada, he's kind of walking away with it. Nevada.
Iowa as well. I'm surprised in Iowa being red.
Yeah, well, they did some coverage. What was it, yesterday or the day before? That we saw. We saw them at the polls talking to people who were excited that Iowa might go blue.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's the younger couple.
Yeah.
Adam Schiff kept his seat. Shifty Schiff.
Rachel Maddow's not looking good.
Mark Cuban.
Listed a concede to Trump.
Who is he? Who's Mark Cuban?
So Trump won 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska.
What are you playing in the background?
You hear it?
Yeah.
It's MSNBC.
Ah.
They're not putting any people on the screen because they don't want cringe people on there. They're just rolling B-roll.
Hey, do you think that girl? Do you think that girl that climbed into the streets out in D.C. when he did his inauguration the first time, that became the Mimi, will just be screaming again?
Was she wearing a hat like what we were just wearing?
Yeah.
And an orange yellow vest?
Yeah.
Ah,
No, no.
yeah.
The AP isn't calling squat anymore. I don't get what's going on with that.
Did you get that picture I sent?
Yeah, it was a sea of red, like you said.
Sea of red.
Look, Donald Trump's killing it. I mean, Pennsylvania, he's 51%, 48% her. Michigan, he's even got a bigger lead. He's 52%. He's almost a couple 100,000 votes ahead of her, almost 300,000 in Michigan. And Wisconsin, you know, same thing. So,
I'm curious too. In the presidential, now about half the votes statewide. Remember, this is going to kind of, going to add the same day votes night, and it's going to be a long sort of count in Arizona the rest of the week. So take a look here at the Senate race. And again, you definitely see some separation here. That's a 6-point deficit for Carrie Lake there.
Sorry, it's loud.
Looking at the Senate race, you know, Arizona may do it. I want to know what the House. There we go.
AP hasn't updated the House either.
They haven't.
They're still sitting at 187 for Republicans.
Watch out. Move, Lagatha. Lagatha, move.
So, looks like we'll pick up a House seat in Michigan. Alabama said. So, I don't know. I really wish they
So
would
Nevada,
update.
Las Vegas went blue.
Las Vegas went blue.
Yep.
Yep. But the whole rest of the state was red.
Move. Jason, you have the clicker for her?
No, you did.
No, it's on the.
Okay.
Move. Come on. Get up. Get up. Come on.
Where is she?
She's up against the door and she's laying on my thing and she won't move.
So we're still waiting for results to come out. If Fox is just waiting for results to come out. They're just waiting to go home.
Lay down.
Hell, want to go to bed.
Lay down. Hang this up.
So we got 7 people in here now.
Lay down.
You give a thumbs up if you're in and awake.
Did you hit her with the thing?
Yeah.
She yelps or barks when she's hit with it. She's fine. You're a good girl. Lay down.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah. She's just. I gotta get her fixed. I just gotta take her in there and get her fixed because this is. She's at the point where now it's just ridiculous. And she's just now proving that if I was to breed her, she would be an aggressive mother, and I'm not gonna deal with that. So. She's just. I just don't play with that. It's one of those things. Like, we'll probably call the vet tomorrow and figure out the appointment and what the thing is and do it.
Yeah, it's needed sometimes.
Yep. Normally with this controller, the beep is usually all I need to do. But when she gets like this, it also has a vibrate and then the electric shock.
Yeah.
The vibrate is usually as far as I have to go, you know. But she just gets nasty sometimes. D said mainstream media will happily lose credibility. Can they lose any more? I mean, how much more can you lose? You know? But I don't think that they're going to call it here anytime soon.
Well, Lola says she's got a Akita custom mix that listens to the beep.
So, I don't. I'm gonna have her taken in and have her get her fixed. If that does not calm her down, then I'm gonna have her put down. I'm tired of trying to work with her and her growling, and I don't play that aggressiveness. I don't play it at all.
Yeah.
You know.
It should help.
I mean, with Apollo, you know, all I had to do was make the beeping sound with my mouth. Just beep, and then he was like, "Oh no," you know.
Nope.
Not playing. You know, he didn't get aggressive. He would wander. And that's why we got him fixed. He would just wander. And so with her, she's going through these fake pregnancies, these fake labors. and she's just getting mean with it, and I'm not dealing with it. I'll probably bring her kennel in tomorrow and put it up somewhere or put it out on the front porch and lock her butt in there. I'm not, because I'm not in the mood for this kind of junk, you know?
Yeah.
You know, especially when we've adopted that family and they got little ones. I'm not playing with it. Not in the least little bit. Well, the AP will not call Pennsylvania for Trump. They are not. But they're also not calling Minnesota for her. They are not updating. So I don't know what's going on with that.
I was confused with Michigan and Minnesota
Yeah.
earlier.
So
She's gonna leave Minnesota for sure.
she should. And one of the things that I heard that they were saying on the MSN when I was listening to it was that they think that her vice president pick is what hurt her. And I'm like, really? You really don't get it? That was not it.
I don't think it would matter who she chose.
I think this was the Humane Society will spay and neuter for veterans for $25. I'll have to look into that. That would be very nice. What was I getting ready to say? I don't remember.
The My Pillow guy is going insane.
Is going what?
The My Pillow guy.
Uh-huh.
He's going insane right now and giving high fives at everybody.
Yeah. D says Tampon Tim. Why? What could have done wrong? What could he have done wrong? I don't know. I'm so lost.
So, you know the Tampon Tim story? He put tampons in all the male bathrooms of all the public schools.
Oh.
That's why they call him Tampon Tim.
Ah. What? I guess my $1 million question is where is the line? Where is the line that where in the sand that okay, this is going too far. We want our kids to express themselves, but now we've gone to the part where now we are affecting their health, their mental health. Where's that line at?
Their physical health as well. They want to put hormones into children so they don't go through what they're normally supposed to do.
Surviving Alabama says Fox just called Trump president-elect. Okay, the AP poll took Trump from 247 to 248. I don't know where they're pulling these from. So
Yeah, Fox says Trump elected 47th president.
yeah. Well, Fox has been the first one of everything. Um,
I'm looking at MSNBC now, and they're not calling it. So, no, you've been seeing the parents step up against school boards, saying,
Mhm.
"My kid's reading so much, they they're not supposed to be going into women's bathrooms, but they're allowed to go to women's bathrooms now."
Mhm.
And so the parents are stepping up to boards of education and basically saying, "If you don't do something about it, I will pull my child out."
Well, here's the thing that's absolutely hilarious to me. Anabolic steroids is just testosterone.
Yeah.
Basically, when you boil it down, um, in its basic form, that's all it is. It's testosterone. If you want to give a child that, it's a felony.
That's
You're going to go to prison. But you flip it around and want to give them estrogen if they're a male, or testosterone and they're a female, and they want because it's quite okay. So all these so-called educated people that we trust our children with, these are some of the people that are making those type of decisions. But how are we, how you know how am I surprised when the people that we currently have in charge for our health and wellness are all overweight, morbidly obese? And I lost your audio once again. Check your plug in. Check your plug in.
Yeah, gotcha. So, who's the deal in the White House? The public health administrator, the admiral,
Mm-hmm.
who is a man, clearly, but is dressed up as a woman and identifies as a woman, wears a female uniform. And how about our military now that are allowing men to wear female uniforms?
I really think, and this is going to sound just ugly, but I think we need to bring bullying back a little bit. You know, um, I think that would end a little bit of it. You know, um, I mean, because I'm not saying bullying is a good thing. You know, but it cut out a lot of crap.
Yeah.
You know.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah.
Cut out a lot of crap.
It's. I mean, and sometimes busting somebody's chops is just busting somebody's chops. It's not bullying. I do think that we need to teach our children no is no, and just because you want something doesn't mean you're gonna get it. Let them fail.
Discipline.
You know. I'm sorry, Timmy. You suck. You've got 4 stitches in your head because you can't catch a baseball. I think you need to go try something else. You're not on the team. You know.
So for example, Leroy, last time he killed the chicken, I took the chicken and I beat the crap out of him with the dead chicken.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't go anywhere near chickens anymore. And so there's a necessity to give common sense and enforce it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to hurt somebody to enforce something. Feelings hurt or feelings hurt.
Yeah. But you live for another day.
Yeah, or you learn a lesson.
Yeah.
Don't pee on the electric fence.
No, please do. Please do. I need to laugh.
You learn.
Mm-hmm. You know. So.
Now people say it's cruel to say something like that, but that's how they learn.
Yeah. I just don't. Fox called Wisconsin for Trump. Let's see if the AP done anything else here.
AP hasn't updated yet.
Nope, they haven't.
MSNBC is just staring at the screen like it's going to do something.
Yeah, because if they call in Wisconsin for Trump, that would take him, according to where he's at with the AP poll, 258. But they also called Pennsylvania.
It'd be way over.
He'd be way over. You know, so.
Well, it's going to be way over anyway.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way now that he can't win.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we said last time.
Yep. Well, that's what I mean. Fox calling it's great, but you got to have either this AP poll call it and everybody take a screenshot, or MSNBC, CNN, somebody like that. Like, has CNN, have they blown up?
Yeah, I'm pulling up CNN now. CNN. CNN project Donald Trump as the winner.
So CNN projected him as the win. So.
Oh, no.
No?
Take that back. Just North Carolina.
Huh?
Just North Carolina.
Wow, they're that far. Because didn't Fox project him to win last time?
Somebody did it way in advance. I think it was for Trump. And then they had to resend it.
Need decision desk headquarters to fortify. They're saying Donald Trump to speak to
CNN
supporters.
says Trump inches closer to presidency.
Mm-hmm. MSNBC. Oh, that was from Montana. Never mind. Projected winner. So MSNBC is no longer showing the map up there.
Well, MSNBC's map I'm looking at still shows Nevada gray, Arizona gray, all the Upers gray, Pennsylvania gray. So maybe they're getting ready to change the vote.
Maybe. Things happen strangely at 3 a.m.
The United States. The president is the chief executive, and therefore, what the departments and agencies that fall under the president, that he should have greater authority over, for example, the prosecutions that take place. This is if Donald Trump is declared the 47th president of the United States. It's going to be a very intense several weeks as we ask questions about exactly whether people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are actually going to be tasked with overseeing U.S.'s 13 different health agencies and the HHS and potentially.
Yeah, just refresh my screen again for AP. Make sure it wasn't stuck.
No, they're not. They're not updating anything now. And MSNBC's like, if he becomes.
Has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris at 194.
Yeah, MSNBC is like
to be clear,
way behind.
Saying Wisconsin is too close to call, that Michigan is too close to call, Pennsylvania is too close to call.
Well, MSNBC just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
For Trump?
Yep. They just did it.
Well, AP needs to hurry up.
Yep. But MSNBC still has Kamala at 194.
Convention Center in Florida. We've seen in the backdrop there, while we were speaking with Vaughn, we've seen how excited the crowd is. You see the crowd there now wrapped, waiting for.
Yeah, MSNBC showing Trump at 266.
266. So he needs literally 4. Thank you for spending it with us, surviving in Alabama. I hope we made it a little bit more enjoyable and a little less stressful.
Hope you had fun.
Hope you had fun. So are you gonna start putting?
The end of the world.
Are you gonna start putting videos out, man? Patrick.
What?
I said, you gonna start putting videos out again?
Okay. So I told you about my other channel.
You what?
Have you looked at it at all?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So there's a channel called USDA Radio Show. And what I'm doing is I'm translating script from 1926 radio shows into real shows. And so I'm almost through all of 1926 of all the USDA radio shows. As soon as I get into 1927, I'm going to publish the channel.
Good night, Neona. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Cooking shows, farm shows, gardening shows, real live radio scripts from 1926. Because that was the first year radio broadcasting came out. It's cool. I've got 70 videos up already on the channel.
Yeah.
And as soon as 26 is over, which I'm hoping will be done by the end of the year, it's going to go public. Now, sitting there by itself, I've got 280 subscribers at the point, I think. At the point. Just naturally by people coming across it. Because I haven't promoted it at all. And it's just growing by itself.
Good night, Dee. Thanks for hanging out with us. And no, I don't trust MSNBC.
So, yeah. You gotta check it out. I sent your wife a link.
She doesn't share squat with me.
I'll resend it, but check it out. Everybody I know that have looked at it really like it. It's nostalgic. It's something I wanted to do for a long time, and it's homesteading at its heart because the USDA used to put out bulletins on a monthly basis on, how to make cheese,
Mm-hmm.
how to pick the right cow, how to house your hen, all kinds of stuff. And they don't do that anymore.
Mm-mm.
But they did that back in the day when the government worked for its people. And I also post all the links to all these pamphlets, these bulletins on the shows as well.
So CNN has Trump at 266, Harris at 188. So they've got on MSNBC, it said on Battleground, Arizona, Trump, too early to call, 50.1%, and Harris at 49.0%. That the House, we're now up to 196 Republicans for the House. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, when they get the trifecta, it'd be very interesting to see what happens. But I'm wondering if anything else is going to happen tonight, my friend.
That's what they want you to say.
Yeah.
You want to go to bed.
I'm about to call it and go to bed, man, because it seems like, because Fox has already declared him winner.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want to call it, call it. The only thing you got to do is the Trump dance.
Yeah, do my Trump dance. I'm trying to pull up.
Who thinks the way that I do, I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that, but he has created something special here, so I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
266.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish up.
And part of that is because he did run up.
Fox News has him at 277. The Harris is 226.
He's going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million.
Is it finally too big to rig?
It might be. It very well might be, because he's still climbing in the popular vote according to Fox.
Yeah, he's ahead by 5 million.
Yeah.
Votes.
Even by the AP.
Even by the AP. At least they're updating that.
At the AP, they got him at 67 million to her 62 million.
So they have Senate results at 51 for the majority of the Senate. House results 190.
Unfortunately, we're talking about my generation, the generation that grew up under Trump, that were his
218 to win
in the Gen X
for the House.
who were his fan base.
Democrats are sitting at 166.
The House is 196. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and call it, man, because
you want to go to bed.
Popular vote according to Fox, the popular vote, Trump has 51.2%, Kamala has 47.4%. Arizona, Trump wins Arizona. So with him winning Pennsylvania, that winning Arizona put him over.
Maybe and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about the View, and a week
you know.
ago, they were saying, you know.
So I don't know.
All right.
All right, man. Well, thanks for doing this with me, man. I had a ball. I think it's safe for us to go to bed. We've had MSNBC and Fox News declare him the winner. So if we get up tomorrow morning and something has changed,
this could be a problem.
There's gonna be a serious problem. I want to thank everybody for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Do not forget to go check out Breakaway Homestead, and please pass around our channel. We're trying to get back into it, trying to get be a little bit more better content creators for you guys and share what's going on, because we're evolving here on the homestead, and so we want to share that evolution with y'all as well. Now, thanks for coming out. Let's pray for our country. Pray for our new president. Pray for there be an easy transition of power, and pray for our future. Because it's not going to get fixed overnight. Just because we got the president that we wanted does not mean things are going to be fixed come January 1 when he takes office. World is a mean and nasty place right now. And so he's got a lot of work ahead of him. A lot of stressful situations ahead of him. And he's got a broken economy, broken military, broken relations.
A lot of broke stuff.
There's a lot of broke stuff he's gonna have to fix. So he's gonna have to roll his sleeves up and get elbow deep and get dirty come day one. But I don't know. I feel like he thrives on that kind of stuff because it boosts his ego, And so we'll see. But I do believe, like I always said, it didn't matter who won this. I do believe it's going to get a little bit worse financially for everybody before it does get better. So y'all prepare yourself. Look, we know he's going to put the tariffs on. So anything that you know that you use regularly that comes from overseas, buy it up now. Because when those tariffs hit, those tariffs that should have never been lifted, when they hit, those prices are going to go up. But those tariffs should have been in place this whole time, though, because that was making our economy stronger. We're going to have to spend some money to fix that stuff down there at the border that got all messed up. Let alone the money that we're going to have to spend to deport people.
Yeah.
So
it'll be interesting, like I said, how many people are going to deport themselves.
Yeah.
Just go back across the border themselves. Save themselves the troubles. And
look, at the end of the day, that's some of them. That's their best option. is to remove themselves, because if they get caught here, we're going to send them back, and then they're going to end up going back to jail.
But they won't be able to come back either.
Yeah. And so, either which way, they stay and get caught, they go to jail, or they leave, they stand a better chance of not getting caught. They could get lost somewhere in Mexico, Central and South America, and disappear,
Yeah.
They could hop on a plane from here and go to Europe somewhere or something, They have a whole bunch of other opportunities, but they get caught here, they know they're going to be going back to jail. So they may leave, a bunch of them may leave on their own. Take some of that Biden money that they got and buy a plane ticket and get up on out of here. You don't know. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Especially, I'll be interested to see where we are come my 50th birthday on March the 3rd.
50.
50.
Oh.
50, baby. 50. Half a century.
50.
Big 50. All right, guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out with us.
My pleasure. It was fun.
Thank you
Great time.
to Patrick at Breakaway. Again, y'all keep Two Family Homestead in your thoughts and your prayers as they deal with the loss of Sherry. And
it's a tough loss.
Tough loss.
Especially for our community.
Yeah. And we'll see you guys on Monday night. Y'all have a wonderful evening. And God bless.
God bless.